Chapter 4191. Everyone was looking at Wang Yanhui in the sky. After 2 hours of battle, Wang Yanhui's hair was disheveled, and his face was covered in blood. He cut a sorry figure. In these 2 hours, Lin Ling had been beating Wang Yanhui up. At this point, no one thought that Wang Yanhui was Lin Ling's opponent anymore. Of course, this reality was hard to believe. Wang Yanhui was the same batch as Lin Ling. No, Wang Yanhui had become a trial challenger earlier than Lin Ling. It was just that Lin Ling's speed was too fast, which led to Lin Ling's higher status. Because of this, many people thought that Lin Ling was among the trial challengers. His strength was not strong. But now, Lin Ling had proven everything. Wang Yanhui had only lost to one person in his life, and that was Xianxia. Now, there was another Lin Ling. Go die! Right at this time, Wang Yanhui let out an angry roar, and a crystal head appeared in his palm. This crystal head was extremely mysterious, exuding a gentle light, but there was also a hint of evilness in this light. When this light shone, even Heiqi and the others felt a pressure pressing down on them. It was obvious that the crystal head was a rare treasure that came from the gods' era. Wang Yanhui had only used it now. This meant that this was Wang Yanhui's trump card. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and pounced forward. At this moment, the Tyrant Song Sword's god force erupted. Kacha! With a single slash, Wang Yanhui's arm was severed, and the crystal head fell to the ground. However, the crystal head was very strange. After it fell to the ground, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had a spirit of its own. Wang Yanhui let out a blood-curdling scream. His anger was on the verge of exploding. He had just taken out his trump card, but it was interrupted by Lin Ling before he could use it. Lin Ling had definitely concealed his true strength during the previous battle. Admit defeat. Such a scene finally caused Black Flag to shake his head helplessly. At this time, Lin Ling, who had already appeared in front of Wang Yanhui, clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out mercilessly. The first palm strike was red Bodhi, and the second palm strike was yellow Bodhi. When the third palm strike appeared, the blue Bodhi appeared and landed on Wang Yanhui's chest. A terrifying Bodhi power erupted from Wang Yanhui's body. A blue dragon rushed out from Wang Yanhui's back, sweeping across the sky and sprinkling rain onto the ground. Lan Bodhi Sin Sea Dragon King. Divine dragon claws slay demons. Wang Yanhui let out another blood-curdling scream. Lin Ling was expressionless. I'm giving this to you on behalf of the demon primordial forest. Boom. A golden flame appeared in his left hand. Holding the golden flame, Lin Ling ruthlessly slammed it into Wang Yanhui's chest. The flame of the human sovereign, great heavenly flame. I'm giving this to you on behalf of the 3 races. Boom. The golden flame landed on Wang Yanhui's body, causing his body to tremble. In the next second, his body was burned beyond recognition. His flame runes were no match for the human sovereign's flame. Crackle. At this time, white lightning erupted from Lin Ling's body, ferocious beyond compare. These lightning bolts swam towards Lin Ling's arm like a tidal wave. Lightning luster physique. Lin Ling enough. At the same time, Black Flag's cold voice sounded from the sky. Lin Ling had already won, but Lin Ling was still unwilling to let Wang Yanhui off the hook. He said coldly, "Do you know the consequences of your actions?" Lin Ling's actions were equivalent to provoking the participants for no reason. If Eugene found out about this, Lin Ling would definitely suffer. Therefore, when Black Flag's words fell, Zhong Shan and the others narrowed their eyes, thinking that Lin Ling would stop before going too far. I'm sorry, I really don't know what the consequences are. However, Lin Ling did not even spare Black Flag a glance. His palm was mixed with lightning bolts, and it landed heavily on Wang Yanhui's body. The ferocious power wreaked havoc on Wang Yanhui's body, causing him to spit out white bubbles from his mouth. I'm sorry, I really don't know what the consequences are. The crowd was also pondering over Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Although his cultivation level was higher than Wang Yanhui's, he did not have the qualifications to abuse Wang Yanhui like this. You're courting death. Black Flag's face was black with anger. He wanted to attack Lin Ling, but he did not dare to. He did not have Lin Ling's crazy spirit, attacking without regard for the consequences. He was very clear that if he attacked, Lei Gong would definitely teach him a lesson if Lei Gong found out about this. Of course, Lin Ling was the same. If Eugene knew about this, he would not let Lin Ling off the hook either. However, Lin Ling was even more daring than Black Flag and dared to attack. Lin Ling, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Zhongshan couldn't stand it anymore and said, "If you continue to mess around like this, it'll be fun, but you'll be in trouble afterwards. Get lost." Lin Ling glared at Zhongshan and shouted coldly, "I want to beat up Wanggu Yanhui. So what? Come and stop me if you have the ability. If you don't dare, then don't fart over there." Bullshit. His tyrannical voice echoed endlessly in the Guyuan mountain range. Bullshit, bullshit. Those echoes were also replaying in Zhongshan's ears. He was so angry that he wanted to explode. Lin Ling was telling him to fart less? He was too arrogant. The Yuan venerates and martial gods from the three races shuddered when they saw this scene. Lin Ling was indeed arrogant. After all, he was beating up Wanggu Yanhui in front of a few trial takers. This kind of violent beating lasted for half an hour. In the end, Lin Ling released Wanggu Yanhui. Although he dared to teach Wanggu Yanhui a lesson, he did not dare to kill him. After all, killing a trial challenger was no small matter. "Take him back and scram." Lin Ling shouted angrily as he threw Wanggu Yanhui back. Heike took Wanggu Yanhui from Huang Xiaolong's hands and examined him carefully. Wanggu Yanhui's current state could only be described as miserable. His face was completely unrecognizable. His skin and flesh were split open, and his body was trembling from the electric shocks. How was this still a trial challenger? He was more like a drowning dog. This made him raise his head and glare at Lin Ling fiercely. He would definitely report this matter to Eugene and make Lin Ling pay the price for his arrogance. Lin Ling shrugged indifferently when he saw Black Flag's glare. He was now a 7-star trial taker and had even prevented the great god of the spirit nation from descending. This merit was no small matter. Therefore, he reckoned that Lei Gong would definitely not blame him for beating up a trial taker. Therefore, Lin Ling raised his middle finger when he met Black Flag's glare. "If you are not convinced, go ahead and sue me." "Definitely." Black Flag nodded firmly. "Remember, I, Lin Ling, am protecting the demonic origin forest. Today is just a small lesson. If you dare come here again, I won't give you a person, but a corpse." Lin Ling threatened again. "I don't believe you." Black Flag revealed a sinister smile when he heard this. "Go ahead and try." Lin Ling also smiled. His smile contained a hint of madness. Chapter 4192. All trial takers return. However, at this moment, an aged voice suddenly resounded, and it clearly fell into everyone's ears. All trial takers return? Hei Qi, Zhongshan, and the others' expressions changed. This was the order of a god. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He immediately knew that the four gods discussion had ended. Good timing. He, Lin Ling, wanted to see Lei Gong. Moreover, all the trial takers were gathered here. Lin Ling also wanted to see who the remaining 39 trial takers were. "Lin Ling, your good luck ends here. See you later." Hei Qi snorted coldly and left with Wanggu Yanhui. Zhongshan, on the other hand, frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. His previous ferocious look had suddenly changed. It was as if he had expected better from Lin Ling. He was complaining about Lin Ling's ignorance, causing him to be unable to help Lin Ling even if he wanted to. However, after this matter, Lin Ling no longer treated Zhongshan as a friend. Therefore, Lin Ling smiled and said, "Brother Zhongshan, do you have something to say?" "Lin Ling, I don't know what to say to you. Look at you, aren't you just stirring up trouble for no reason?" Zhongshan sighed. "Since you don't know what to say to me, then there's no need to say anything. I'm not interested in listening. On the contrary, I know what I should say to you," Lin Ling said with a smile. His expression was a little cold. "In short, get the fuck out of here. You." Zhongshan gritted his teeth. Because of his anger, his teeth were crushed. However, he forcefully swallowed them into his stomach. Go to Lei Gong, I won't help you. He snorted angrily, flicked his sleeves and left. Despicable person. Looking at Zhong Shan's back, Lin Ling coldly snorted. Initially, Lin Ling had a pretty good impression of Zhong Shan. However, after this incident he saw Zhong Shan clearly. This person was a despicable person. When Heike and the others were still around, Zhong Shan had been targeting him. Now that Heike and the others had left, Zhong Shan played the pity card as if everything was for Lin Ling's sake. It was as if he was thinking about her. Did they really think that he, Lin Ling, was a newbie? Metal Spirit Clan, Water Spirit Clan, get over here. After that, Lin Ling looked at the Guyuan mountain range and said. In the distance, the two races rushed over in a grandiose manner. Their faces were all pale, and they did not even dare to let out a fart. After experiencing the terrifying battle between the gods, they already knew what kind of existence Lin Ling, who used to be weak, was now. I've never had a good impression of your two clans. However, you two are still ancient clans. Thus, I'll let bygones be bygones. You two are now under my jurisdiction. Do you have any objections? Lin Ling looked at the two races and said calmly. No objections, no objections. We can't wait. The people of the two races shouted one after another. Previously, Lin Ling was so domineering that he even dared to beat up trial takers. If they could be protected by Lin Ling, it would be a great blessing. They never expected that not only did Lin Ling not blame them, but he also wanted to protect them. That's good. You and the Wood Spirit Clan, Fire Spirit Clan, and Earth Spirit Clan will jointly manage the bottom of the Kaiyuan River. Be united and don't cause any trouble. Do you understand? Lin Ling said sternly again. Yes, yes. The people of the two races hurriedly replied. Of course, if there's an enemy that you can't deal with, just say my name and say that this is the territory of trial taker Lin Ling. Lin Ling said again. This sentence was directed at the 5 races. Yes, sir. The 5 races shouted in unison. What Lin Ling hadn't expected was that after the unification of the bottom of the Kaiyuan River, the legend of Lin Ling was still being passed down here thousands of years later. Every martialist who entered the Kaiyuan River knew that in the past, a deity had unified the Kaiyuan River and was also the totem of the 5 races. Of course, this was a story for another time. Lin Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the Yuan Venerate Martial God. The Yuan Venerate Martial God shuddered and said nervously, Lin Ling, if you have anything to say, then say it. I'm leaving. I'll have to trouble you to take care of the Kaiyuan River. How about that? Lin Ling said nonchalantly. Sure. The Yuan Venerate Martial God nodded immediately. Previously, Lin Ling had beaten up Wang Yanhui. This had undoubtedly scared the weak Yuan Venerate Martial God out of his wits. Thank you. We can be considered friends after a fight. I hope we can still be friends in the future. Lin Ling's attitude towards the Yuan Venerate Martial God wasn't as fierce as before. Although the Yuan Venerate Martial God had wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson after his battle with the Carefree Sword Martial God on the Guyuan mountain range, Lin Ling didn't care about what had happened in the past after so many interactions. Furthermore, the Yuan Venerate Martial God was helping Lin Ling look after this place, so Lin Ling wouldn't give him a hard time. After all, Lin Ling also knew that the Yuan Venerate Martial God was stronger than Lin Ling in terms of strength. Yu, are you all going back? Lin Ling asked Yu and the others. We'll stay here for the time being. Big Brother Ling, you have urgent matters to attend to. You should leave first. You'll offend the deity if you're late. Yu and the others looked at Lin Ling obediently. All right, I'll look for you all when I return from the deity's side. Lin Ling nodded. He naturally knew that it had to be an extremely urgent matter for the deity's order to reach the Kaiyuan River. Furthermore, he reckoned that this matter had to be related to the spirit nation. Therefore, after he said goodbye, he immediately left without stopping for a moment. Only the giant ghost followed him on this trip. The giant ghost sat on Lin Ling's shoulder and said, If you meet Lei Gong, don't forget to ask him to help you resolve the matter of your dantian. Lin Ling nodded. His dantian had been implanted with a mysterious power by the spirit nation. This matter couldn't be delayed any longer. It was better to resolve it as soon as possible. After leaving the Kaiyuan River, Lin Ling appeared in the sky. He began to form complicated world spirit seals with his hands. After a short moment, rumbling sounds were heard. A flight of stairs extended out from the depths of the sky. It was the stairway to Godhead. Lin Ling immediately went up the stairs. As time passed, the ancient Lei Gong's grand hall above his head quietly appeared before his eyes. Staring at the ancient grand hall, Lin Ling felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that on this trip, he would definitely be able to step into the realm of the gods and search for the ultimate secret of the current 9 prefectures. This also meant that he, Lin Ling, had finally stepped into the peak of the void. Of course, Lin Ling also had a feeling that on this trip, he would meet Luli Empress. This was because this was the moment when the challengers gathered. When Lin Ling arrived at the Lei Gong's Grand Hall, he saw that the Grand Hall was densely packed with figures. Moreover, all of them were indomitable powerhouses, like heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. These people were also from the Lei Gong's Grand Hall. To the 9 prefectures, they were like deities. Just as Lin Ling walked out of the sea god stairs, many people looked over. Some immediately smiled, some remained indifferent, and some quietly flashed their eyes. Everyone had their own thoughts. However, it was obvious that they all knew the name Lin Ling. Chapter 4193. Lin Ling, come in. At this moment, an ancient voice sounded, causing everyone's eyes to light up. Because the voice came from Lei Gong's Grand Hall. Lin Ling immediately knew that this was Lei Gong's voice. He immediately walked towards Lei Gong's Grand Hall. Inside the Grand Hall, it was silent. Not long after, Lin Ling came to a hall and saw an old man sitting there with a smile, as if he was a benevolent old man. But for some reason, Lin Ling felt that the old man seemed to be different from before. Lei Gong was injured? A thought suddenly appeared in Lin Ling's mind. The god of thunder, one of the 4 gods, was one of the 4 most powerful gods in the void. How could he be injured? Could it be the spirit nation? It seemed that the spirit nation was more powerful than imagined. You've done a great service. When Lei Gong saw Lin Ling, he nodded in satisfaction. He stared at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a close friend. Originally, we didn't expect the spirit nation to be the world's will. However, the 3 of you trial takers found out the news. Furthermore, you stopped the spirit nation's great god from descending. That spirit nation's great god is the host of the world's will, and it's a yellow host. Lei Gong said calmly, if not for your interruption when the spirit nation's great god descended, I'm afraid there would be a lot of twists and turns. Yellow host. Lin Ling was shocked and asked curiously, this world's will host has different colors? That's right. Lei Gong nodded. Most of the normal hosts of the world's will are black. However, these hosts are too weak, so unless it's necessary, the world's will not choose them. Black should be the ones that I usually see. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling recalled something. He had seen many of these black hosts. Apart from black, the other colors are green, blue, yellow, red, gold, and purple. According to legend, if the purple world will's host body appears, no one can stop it, and it will be difficult to escape from the great calamity. And during the era of gods, the host body that appeared was red. Although it's the yellow world's will host that has appeared this time, it's not something we can stop. After all, the void today can't compare to the era of the gods. Moreover, this time, the 4 of us went to investigate and discovered a secret. There are many world wills, but they all seem to be hidden in a certain void. The ones left in our 9 continents are only an incomparably small portion. Although I don't know what those world wills are, they are all hidden in a certain void. Why would they hide there? However, at the very least, they were sure that if those world wills all rushed out, then no one could stop them, the void would be destroyed, no more creatures left. Lei Gong enunciated each word with a solemn expression. This made Lin Ling guess that Lei Gong's injury should be caused when he was investigating the spirit nation. They're hidden in a certain void? Soon after, Lin Ling frowned, and a large number of conjectures arose in his mind. Could it be that they're not hidden but sealed? What? Lin Ling's conjecture startled Lei Gong. Then, he stared at Lin Ling and smiled bitterly. In fact, the Curishan has the same idea as you. They guessed that those world wills were sealed. Although they don't know which ancient god had this kind of ability to seal them, it's undeniable that such a huge amount of world wills is so huge. This is the real body of the world wills. It's definitely the purple world wills. Lord Lei Gong, I guess that these world wills host bodies were sealed there a long time ago. With the passage of every era, the world wills host bodies also broke through the seal again and again. This is also the reason why the world wills can't be destroyed, because only a part of it was destroyed. Now that countless years have passed, those world wills have become restless again. Lin Ling said again. Your conjecture is very likely. Lei Gong nodded. However, there was already a world wills before the Age of Gods? And before the Age of Gods, what era was that? That should be the Age of Ancient Gods. Lin Ling guessed. If my conjecture is correct, then the battle of gods in the Age of Gods was only a small part of the world will's power. On the contrary, in the Age of Ancients, the world wills and ancient gods had a battle. In the end, both sides suffered. Alas, although both sides suffered, the world wills did not disappear. Yes, the will of the world did not disappear. If it descended into the void again, then everything would disappear. At the end, Lin Ling also secretly sighed. Because the world will's goal is to destroy the world. At that time, Lin Ling's relatives and friends will all be killed. This is obviously not what Lin Ling wants to see. Therefore, he will also do his best to stop the world wills. Currently, a yellow world wills host body has appeared. In addition to the hidden world wills host body in Jiuzhou, the future is not optimistic. Lei Gong also sighed. Currently, Lin Ling knows that there are 3 world wills host bodies. The great god of Spirit Nation, the mysterious person sealed by the Dragon Clan, and Shaolun. He just does not know what color the world wills of the Dragon Clan and Shaolun are. If it is red, then there is no need to fight. They can just wait to be destroyed. If it is purple, then there is no need to talk about it. No one can resist. No matter what, the human inheritance has been passed down for so many years. There has never been a saying of retreating without a fight. Therefore, we humans will do our best to stop the world wills. Today, we let all the trial takers return. There is only one purpose, and that is to let the gods return to their positions. Many years ago, in the broken world of gods, there are many mysterious circles. After our investigation, we found that those seem to be left behind by the gods. When martial artists are in those circles, they can improve their talent and recover a part of their strength. Yes. Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling and said, someone once said that many of the martial artists today are reincarnations of the gods. Therefore, if we can find those mysterious circles, it is very likely that the gods will return, and the void of the 9 continents will reach an unprecedented peak state. Yes. Originally, this matter was not confirmed, and we 4 great gods did not want to announce it. But now, the Spirit Nation is ready to make a move. With the current strength of the 9 continents, it is impossible to resist. Therefore, we 4 great gods decided to seal the 9 continents. Yes. Seal the 9 continents? Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart thundered. He never thought that the 4 great gods would have such a method. One must know that the Spirit Nation could cultivate gods, but the 4 great gods did not have such methods. However, they were not weak either. They found the god circles left behind in the past and let the gods return to their positions. If the people who entered the god circles were not gods, then wouldn't it be a waste? Lin Ling suddenly asked. Although they can't return to their positions as gods, they can greatly improve their talent. After all, those god circles have been nurtured in the world of gods for many years. They already have supreme divine power. Lei Gong shook his head and said, I just don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. Yes. Chapter 4194. At that time, many people's strength would increase crazily. Without the tempering process, they would be like a tall building without a foundation, collapsing at any time. However, there were not many choices left for them. Then what is the Spirit Nation's goal? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and quickly asked. Shaoluan, as well as the worlds will sealed in the Dragon Clan, and even the other worlds will hosts. Because the Spirit Nation's great god wants to devour them and use them to increase his own level. I guess that this Spirit Nation's great god is the great god of destruction from the era of gods. Lei Gong said word by word. Most importantly, we only know of 2 hosts of the world's will. The whereabouts of the others are unknown. I'm afraid that a few hosts have been devoured by the Spirit Nation's great god. If the Spirit Nation's great god increases his level and reaches the gold level, he will be sealed. Those worlds' wills in the void will all be freed and controlled by him. He will also become the ultimate form, the purple world's will. Hearing this, Lin Ling finally understood why the 4 great gods wanted the 9 continents to become gods. With the current strength of the 9 continents, it was impossible to fight against the Spirit Nation. Therefore, they needed to increase the strength of all warriors, especially the trial takers and the divine generals below the gods. Lin Ling, in reality, the 4 great gods are not leaders. We are a kind of inheritors, people who pass down the flames of war from the era of gods. Back then, the 4 great gods were no longer leaders. It was the gods above us who fought against the world's will. We can't display any abilities. The only thing we can do is to protect this country and let the next generation grow up. And you are the one I think the most highly of. In the future, you will definitely be able to lead the humans to defeat the world's will. At the end, Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling with a burning gaze. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He did not want to be such a hero. He only wanted to be a free and unfettered hero, not a king. A chivalrous hero can only save one person, but an emperor can save the world. However, Lin Ling did not promise anything. Instead, he changed the topic and said, for now, other than protecting Shaoluan and the Dragon Clan's host bodies, we still need to find other hosts to control those world wills. If that happens, the great god of Spirit Kingdom will not be able to get what he wants. That's right, the 4 gods are also trying their best to find the remaining hosts. But the Curishan found records of hosts in the 8 gods' celestial palace. When the time comes, it's inevitable that we'll have to pay a visit to the 8 gods' celestial palace. However, for now, we should focus on the investiture of the 9 continents. Lei Gong said indifferently. Then he stood up, his robe fluttering. He looked at Lin Ling expectantly and said, "You have the body of my close friend, Lei. All this time, I have not given you any guidance. I originally wanted to pass it on to you after the mission, but now, it's time. I will pass on to your close friend, Lei's true body of Lei. This divine ability is ranked 3rd in the lightning control technique in the Age of Gods. Moreover, I will also suppress my lifetime's understanding of the lightning element into this technique. When you have some understanding of the technique, my understanding of the lightning element will help you." Lin Ling receive. My inheritance. The god of thunder let out a loud roar, and his entire body was filled with lightning. Rumble. The entire palace shook, causing the expressions of the people outside to change drastically. They did not know what was happening. However, Lei Gong had ordered that no one was allowed to enter the palace, so they could only let their imaginations run wild. Crackle. Endless lightning wrapped around Lin Ling, like tentacles pulling Lin Ling up, causing Lin Ling's body to float in the air. Lightning wreaked havoc all over his body. Lei's true body is stronger than my lightning element divine fetus. However, the current you has yet to unleash its full power. Boom! Lei Gong's old voice rang in Lin Ling's ears. Lin Ling felt like his body was about to split apart, and he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. However, he had been practicing martial arts all his life and had already experienced countless painful scenes. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and endured it. Good perseverance. Lei Gong let out a hearty laugh. He poured all the lightning into Lin Ling. In Lin Ling's dantian, the dantian of Lei's true body was torn apart by a violent force. Then, a large amount of things were forcefully stuffed into it. These were all Lei Gong's lifetime understanding of the lightning element and Lei's true body. Time passed quietly. Crackle crackle. Behind Lin Ling, A pair of wings formed by white thunderbolts rushed out as if they were tearing through Lin Ling's shoulders. This pair of wings was 5 meters long and formed by thunderbolts. When it was gently flapped, it could easily cut through the void. Lin Ling abruptly opened his eyes and let out a roar. From his mouth, a large amount of white lightning spewed out. A large amount of ancient voices floated in his mind. First level of Lei Zhi's true body, swift thunder and swift wind. It increased the power of the lightning god by 100 streaks and increased the speed of 10,000 worlds. This meant that if the current Lin Ling fused his innate talent with Lei Zhi's true body, his speed could reach 25,000 worlds. Most importantly, Lin Ling's true body of Lei Zhi had also greatly improved, reaching the level of a third-grade lesser divine fetus. Voila! Lei Gong also let go of Lin Ling, allowing Lin Ling to comprehend. He knew that this inheritance was very domineering. It could allow a martial artist to quickly comprehend the lightning element, but because it was domineering, ordinary people couldn't withstand it. If Lin Ling didn't have the true body of Lei Zhi, he wouldn't have been able to devour these comprehensions. It was also because of this that Lei Gong had waited for so many years and encountered countless lightning element innate talents, but he still wasn't moved. Voila! In the air, Lin Ling's wings moved slightly. Every time they moved, white lightning would wreak havoc in all directions. In his mind, lightning element comprehensions appeared from nowhere, filling his mind and soul. Almost at the same time, a clear spring floated out and landed at Lin Ling's feet. Then, it turned into a sparkling mist and covered Lin Ling's body. Rumble! 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 Lin Ling's body resounded. This was because Lin Ling had successfully stepped into the 7th level martial god realm. Moreover, when the clear spring gradually dried up, Lin Ling's 6 stanchions had all reached the perfect realm. Obviously, with the help of the lightning element comprehensions, Lin Ling had naturally broken through. This brat actually got his hands on the divine spring. He used a divine spring to break through. The amount of energy needed to break through is really huge. No wonder he can fight against people who are at a higher level than him. Now that he is in the martial god realm, I'm afraid he is invincible except for the 10 great martial gods of the 9 prefectures. As long as they're in the martial god realm, 90% of them are no match for him. Lei Gong praised and slowly walked back to his seat. At this moment, he was very tired, like an old man who was staggering. Chapter 4195. After a long while, Lin Ling slowly floated down and the wings behind him disappeared. His face was full of shock. The real body of the Thunderlock was indeed powerful. He had only cultivated the 1st level and had already produced 100 strands of the power of God. In addition to his tyrannical song sword and his own power of God, Lin Ling had a total of 260 strands of the power of God. What a pity, I wasted a holy spring. Lin Ling said regretfully. This was because he had prepared the holy spring for his 7th danton. Thank you, Lord Lei Gong. After sensing for a while, Lin Ling looked at Lei Gong and bowed gratefully. Seeing this, Lei Gong waved his hand and smiled. Oh right, Lord Lei Gong, last time at the spiritual light city. Lin Ling then told him about the mysterious power that Lord Ning had left in his body. What? Hearing this, Lei Gong's expression changed. He then immediately checked on Lin Ling's behalf. However, he quickly frowned and said, I can't sense it. It seems that this power is more terrifying than I imagined. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. If even Lei Gong couldn't sense it, this meant that the power was hidden very deeply. This was because although Lin Ling couldn't sense it, his intuition told him that the power was scattered in his 6 stanchions. Now that Lei Gong couldn't do anything, he could only rely on himself. This power is no small matter. Lin Ling, I have to discuss this with the Curishan. When you return from the investiture of the gods, I will give you an answer. Lei Gong was obviously more nervous about the mysterious power in Lin Ling's dantian. This was because if that power exploded, Lin Ling would become a citizen of the spirit nation. This was naturally not something he wanted to see. This was because he had already treated Lin Ling as his only successor. Therefore, he had to get rid of that power even if he had to risk his life. Don't worry, I won't die for the time being. Lin Ling saw the worried look on Lei Gong's face and said, Don't worry. After all, although this power was terrifying, it wouldn't awaken so quickly. If the 9 dantians of the Chaos Divine skill were to be born, Lin Ling's intuition told him that any power would be destroyed by the 9 dantians. Next, leave with the rest of us. Someone will bring you to the realm of the gods. Seeing that Lin Ling wasn't worried about his gains and losses, Lei Gong smiled and said with satisfaction, Thank you, Lord Lei Gong. Lin Ling bowed to the thunder god again, then turned and left. He had completed the mission. Originally, he could have received several mission rewards, but now he was too embarrassed to mention it. This was especially true for the Luai's true body. Although Lin Ling had only cultivated to the first level, the second level would be born on its own once he reached that level. He didn't need to think about it. At this moment, everyone was waiting outside the palace. When they saw Lin Ling come out, they all had complicated expressions. Although they didn't know why Lei Gong was looking for Lin Ling, they still felt that Lei Gong valued Lin Ling very much. Lin Ling is here. Let's go. At this moment, one of the elders looked at Lin Ling with a smile, then said to the crowd. Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhong Shan's face was ashen. Originally, he wanted to see Lei Gong today, but Lei Gong refused to see anyone. Therefore, he could only ask the elder for help and complain about Lin Ling. But who knew that the elder would say to Zhong Shan, Serves you right. This undoubtedly made Zhong Shan gnash his teeth in anger. However, he thickened his skin and asked. Only then did he know that Lin Ling was indeed a 7-star trial taker. His status was even higher than Zhong Shan's, which made him feel aggrieved and angry. Of course, other than him, the other trial takers also had strange looks in their eyes. 7-star trial taker. Sister Zhen was incomparably jealous. 7-star. Shengyi's eyes were also shining. He was an 8-star trial taker, and Lin Ling was a latecomer. However, he was about to catch up with him in the blink of an eye. Most importantly, he sensed that although Lin Ling's level was lower than his, Lei Gong seemed to value Lin Ling more. It could be said that Lin Ling was now Lei Gong's favorite. Lin Ling followed the elder and looked behind him. He realized that many people were stronger than Lin Ling. As for the trial takers, only a few of them were familiar to Lin Ling. The rest were unfamiliar faces. However, according to Lin Ling's assessment, these trial challengers were not weak. Among them, his strength should only be above average. Of course, in terms of cultivation level, Lin Ling was the weakest among them. There are only 9 of them? Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He realized that one trial taker was missing. I'm here. Right at this moment, a young and tender voice sounded from afar. After that, a boy around the age of 10 who wore a long robe walked over indifferently with his hands behind his back. He looked young, but his aura was not to be trifled with. This was because his cultivation level had surpassed the martial god realm. When they saw the boy, their expressions changed slightly. The trial takers, in particular, twitched their eyes. They seemed to be afraid of the boy. Could this be the number 1 trial taker under Lei Gong? Lin Ling secretly gasped as he stared at the mature boy. Are you going to the divine realm now? Hurry up then. After the boy arrived, he glanced at the crowd with contempt and spoke in a young voice. However, his voice also carried a domineering aura. Yes, Lord Qilin. The old man who led the way said with a smile. When he saw Lin Ling's confusion, he immediately sent a telepathic message. This is the number 1 trial taker. His name is Qilin. His strength is unfathomable. I heard that he has the bloodline of the Qilin King bloodline and is the Qilin King himself. Although he looks young, in fact, he has lived for 9,999 years and witnessed the fall of the gods. TSK. Lin Ling took a deep breath when he heard that. This kid is too abnormal. No wonder everyone looked at him with fear. Lin Ling guessed that this boy should be the only 9-star trial taker. With the addition of Qilin, the crowd, who had been chatting cheerfully before, became much less talkative. It was as if they were afraid of being targeted. Hey, Aguda, where's the blood fruit you promised me last time? At that moment, the young voice suddenly sounded. The boy was still strolling in the void, but he turned his head to look. A trial taker who was at the peak of the martial god realm trembled and immediately said with a smile, "This blood fruit is a little hard to find." "Is that so?" The boy's expression did not change, but he disappeared in an instant and appeared next to the trial taker. He twisted the trial taker's ear and said, "So, you stood me up? Do you know how to write the word death?" "Little ancestor, spare my life, spare my life. I have the blood fruit, I have it, I have it." The trial taker immediately became obedient. He took out a blood-red fruit and handed it to the boy. Chapter 4196. Xingyi, are you not convinced? Of course, as he walked forward, he said, "The bloodline of the Eastern Emperor Tai. We haven't fought in a long time." Xingyi was ranked second among the challengers and had always been dignified. However, at this moment he smiled awkwardly. "Let's wait until after the investiture of the gods ends." It was obvious that he was also very wary of that boy. "Coward!" The boy immediately cursed, but Xingyi didn't refute him. Lin Ling's heart sank when he saw this scene. How was this a child? This was a little tyrant. Shaking his head, Lin Ling chose to ignore that boy. He would try not to provoke him. "You must be Lin Ling." However, the boy's gaze suddenly fell on Lin Ling. He smiled and said, "This is the first time we've met. Don't you think you should give me a greeting gift?" As soon as he said this, the eyes of the challengers lit up. They secretly rejoiced in his misfortune. This was because all of them had suffered a lot at the hands of that boy. Now, Lin Ling, the newcomer, was finally being targeted. I think he'll be made very difficult for him. Lin Ling's life has always been smooth sailing. I really want to see him in trouble. The trial takers secretly whispered to each other, licking their lips in excitement. Although they were very polite to Lin Ling on the surface, it would be a lie to say that they weren't jealous that Lin Ling, a newcomer, was able to meet Lei Gong alone time after time. "I don't know what you want as a greeting gift." Lin Ling secretly cursed his bad luck. However, what was to come was already here. Therefore, he could only face it calmly. "Let me think." The boy stroked his chin and actually started to think. However, his thoughtful look made the challengers even more expectant. This was because they knew that the more the young Qilin thought, the more difficult it would be. Even Xingyi revealed a rare smile. He also wanted to see what the young Qilin would ask Lin Ling for. "Forget it, I'll ask you again next time." However, just as everyone was looking forward to it, the young Qilin suddenly shook its head and walked towards Lin Ling as if they were close friends. It smiled and said to Lin Ling, "We're friends. Friends shouldn't ask friends for things." Looking at him, one moment he was mature, and the next moment he was like a child. It was impossible to see through him. Lin Ling was also secretly surprised, but he still took out a bottle of wine with a smile. "Since that's the case, then I'll gift you a bottle of wine." Wine? I haven't drunk any wine either." "You're my friend." The young Qilin smiled and raised its arm, patting Lin Ling's shoulder. That action was like that of a veteran. That's it. The people behind all opened their mouths wide and let out cries of disbelief. Because Lin Ling's treatment was too good. Moreover, it was only the first time they met. That little tyrant who always made things difficult for others treated Lin Ling as a friend. This, young Qilin, why? Zhongshan was undoubtedly the most dissatisfied. Because when he first became a trial challenger, he was toyed with for 100 years. Later on, the young Qilin told him that it was tired of playing with him, so it let Zhongshan go. Now, it was also Lin Ling's first time meeting the young Qilin. Why was the young Qilin so easy to talk to? Because he looks more decent than all of you. The young Qilin drank the wine and said honestly, This. Such an explanation naturally made the crowd unhappy. No matter how they looked at it, they didn't think that Lin Ling was any more decent than them. What? Are you unhappy? I like to treat Lin Ling as a friend. Go ahead and flatter me. Seeing that the crowd was gnashing their teeth, the young Qilin pouted. That look made the crowd angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They could only secretly feel depressed. In fact, No one knew that the reason the young Qilin didn't make things difficult for Lin Ling was not because Lin Ling looked decent, but because Lei Gong had warned it. That was all. Although this small episode made many people depressed, many people were secretly looking forward to the upcoming investiture of the gods in the 9 states. And this journey went on for an unknown period of time. Lin Ling felt as if he had reached the other side of the void. Finally, a large number of people began to appear in front of him. Looking carefully, they were all strong people. They seemed to be people from the Cultivation. Many trial takers immediately looked in Lin Ling's direction. When they saw Lin Ling, a few of them even waved to greet him. Among them were Sister Zuhua Little South, and the 2 trial takers who had helped Lin Ling at the Kaiyuan River. Speaking of which, although Lin Ling was one of Lei Gong's people, the time he spent in Lei Gong's hall was short. Instead, he spent a few years with the Cultivation. Therefore, he was more familiar with the trial takers from the Cultivation side. Moreover, the trial takers from the Cultivation side had a unique style. All of them pretended to be farmers, which gave people a very friendly feeling. Lin Ling, Little South and the others all waved, and Lin Ling also smiled and greeted them. His eyes swept around, trying to find Xiaoluan, but this time, he didn't see Xiaoluan's figure. This Lin Ling is quite popular. The trial takers from the Cultivation side all seemed to have a good relationship with him. Seeing the group opposite them greet him politely, Zhong Shan and the others were secretly jealous, especially Sister Zhen. She was in an extremely bad mood. When she saw Lin Ling, she felt her teeth itch. "Auntie." After the experts from both sides met up, Lin Ling bowed to an old woman from the Cultivation side. This old woman was probably the leader of this group, but back when they were in the Cultivation side, she had a very good relationship with Lin Ling. If Lin Ling remembered correctly, this auntie raised chickens. God often wanted to stew chickens, but he was always scolded by this auntie. When Lin Ling was about to leave, the auntie killed a chicken to send Lin Ling off, which made the Cultivation laugh for the entire day. "Lin Ling, long time no see." The old woman also looked at Lin Ling with a smile on her face, and the few of them started chatting with each other. Not long after, 2 groups of people came from afar. The experts on the left were all wearing armor, and their auras were extraordinary. Looking at them, it seemed like they were from the Titanic Crescent God. The other group was undoubtedly from Eugene. Lin Ling was familiar with one of them, Luli Empress. This was Lin Ling's second time seeing Luli Empress since he took his revenge. At this moment, Luli Empress was accompanied by a middle-aged man. She was wearing a long empress robe and a phoenix crown. Her hands were behind her back, and her aura was extremely strong, as if she was the ruler of the void. Of course, when she swept her gaze, it finally landed on Lin Ling. Their gazes seemed to have transcended countless years to meet in the current era. Moreover, the blood in their bodies seemed to be boiling at this moment. This was because they seemed to want to completely settle the grudges and hatred that had existed for thousands of generations. Of course, Lin Ling was calm and held back in the end. This was because he knew that he was no match for Luli Empress. After all, Luli Empress was one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 states, and her strength was ranked second. She was much stronger than Lin Ling. Chapter 4197. Although the 2 of them did not speak, they were familiar with each other and knew what the other was thinking with just a glance. Therefore, seeing that Lin Ling had restrained his killing intent, Luli Empress snorted coldly in her heart. Previously, she had wanted Lin Ling to lose his mind and attack her. At that time, she could have used the opportunity to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was too calm. Just like Li Xiaoyao, he had ruined her wishful thinking. Moreover, although she had not been in contact with Lin Ling, she knew that Lin Ling was growing at a crazy speed. Even she was frightened by the speed of his growth. Of course, besides her, He Qi and Wang Yanhui, who were not far behind her, were also glaring at Lin Ling furiously. Not long ago, they had reported Lin Ling's matter to Eugene. They had wanted to use Eugene's name to deal a fatal blow to Lin Ling. However, Eugene had said that Lin Ling was not to be touched. They had even said that it was Lin Ling who had disrupted Ling Country's plan and exposed Ling Country's identity in Spirit Light City. Therefore, he was now a hero. Whoever dared to touch him would be provoking the 4 great gods. With this order, He Qi and Wang Yanhui gritted their teeth in anger. For the time being, they did not dare to act rashly. Everyone is here. Everyone. At this time, someone said in a low voice. With this voice, all the experts of the four great gods gathered together. A terrifying aura quietly spread out and swept through the entire void. Lin Ling, who was in the middle of it, naturally felt the terrifying aura. He was secretly surprised. Experts were indeed as common as clouds. Among this group of people, his strength could only be considered average. Then, Lin Ling's gaze swept across the group. This group of experts represented the pinnacle of the 9 prefectures. Their appearances and auras were all unique. Someone carried a huge ancient book on his back and stood with his hands behind his back. Someone was standing on top of a golden jade like a javelin. Some of them looked up into the sky and seemed to be pondering about something. In this group of experts, Lin Ling seemed a little ordinary. Other than a few people, no one paid attention to him. Your gods will give you a map that will lead you to the God Ring. Take the map and enter the God world. While everyone was waiting, an aged voice suddenly rang out. As soon as he finished speaking, the leading figures of the 4 gods also handed over bamboo slips to everyone. Lin Ling also obtained a bamboo slip. The surface of this bamboo slip was very ordinary, but after Lin Ling poured his spirit energy into it, the bamboo slip immediately emitted a gentle light, and a complicated map appeared within it. It could be seen that the bamboo scroll recorded everyone's aura. Different auras were instilled into it, and the map was also different. On the map, there was a dot of light that was the most dazzling. Clearly, that was the divine circle. Immediately, Lin Ling put away the bamboo scroll. The others were the same. They all had mysterious expressions on their faces. It could be seen that each of them went to a different divine circle. They did not want others to know their secrets. Let's go then. Under the lead of an unknown expert, the experts moved forward majestically. Everyone was very strong, so their speed was also incomparably fast. You are all the strongest experts in the 9 prefectures, and also the first batch of people to enter the 9 prefectures. Next, there will be other experts from the 9 prefectures entering the God world one after another. However, don't think that the God world is safe because there are no more gods. I can tell you that the God world is incomparably dangerous. There are many forbidden lands, and the power left behind after the War of the Gods has not dissipated. If you encounter them, you will have a 90% chance of survival. Also, the Spirit Nation also has a way to enter the God world. Therefore, if the Spirit Nation knows of our plan, they will definitely come to interrupt us. A voice came from the front, warning them. Hearing this, many people nodded their heads. Now, they had a general understanding of the Spirit Nation. Therefore, even if they were to die, they would not join the Spirit Nation. After a long time, a huge heavenly gate appeared in front of them. This gate was grand and had a radius of 1,000 miles. Its entire body was made of unknown rocks. The 5-meter-thick gate pillars were full of battle scars. There were sword scars, fist scars, and so on. It could be seen that it was during the War of the Gods. This heavenly gate had been implicated many times. Boom! Someone stared at one of the fist scars. Suddenly, his body was filled with a powerful divine power. He had actually used those ancient scars to break through to the divine power. Many people's eyes flashed as they looked at that person with slight envy. Sure enough, those who could appear here were not weak. They had actually broken through with the help of the ancient fist scars. Their perception was too monstrous. Of course, the fist scars were also very extraordinary. After so many years, they still had an indescribable divine power. Then, many people looked inside the gate. They saw that inside the ancient gate, there was a huge gray vortex. Endless electric snakes flowed along the vortex, looking extremely violent. This was the southern heavenly gate of the God realm. Through this gate, you can reach the God realm. An old man's voice floated out. However, the power of the gray vortex is very strong. You have to resist it with all your strength before you can enter. Swoosh! Swoosh! Next, the strongest few people took the lead and shot into the gray vortex. Their figures immediately disappeared. Seeing this, everyone no longer hesitated and shot into the vortex. Lin Ling also fused his talents and the 6 divine fetuses appeared. This was because his intuition told him that the gray vortex was definitely not to be underestimated. Of course, other than him, those who came here for the first time also used their full strength. Rumble. This caused a ferocious aura to surge out in front of the ancient heavenly gate. If this power was placed in the 9 states, it would definitely cause the 9 states to tremble. However, compared to the divine power of the past, this power was undoubtedly like a cup of water. The ancient heavenly gate did not even budge. Swish. Following the crowd, Lin Ling shot into the gray vortex. Just as he was about to enter, he sensed several hostile gazes, the most intense of which was Lu Li Empress. After entering, let's see who can increase their strength more. Lin Ling also heard Lu Li Empress's cold voice. Let's wait and see. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth twitched slightly as he nodded indifferently. Currently, there was a huge gap between him and Lu Li Empress, but this gap was constantly shrinking. Therefore, Lu Li Empress was also pressured. Obviously, she wanted to use the investiture of the gods of the 9 states to widen the gap again. When the time came, she would find a chance to kill Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he naturally wanted to reduce this gap. Rumble. 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 The tyrannical vortex seemed to want to tear Lin Ling to shreds. This also caused Lin Ling to be unable to see the hostile gazes directed at him and who they were. Chapter 4198. Kill. Ancient battle cries could be heard vaguely. The vortex seemed to have recorded the sounds of the battle of gods. Chi-chi-chi. Lin Ling's blood gushed out continuously, but the blood turned into nothingness under the gray energy. The gray vortex was indeed terrifying. Luai's true form. Lin Ling had already unleashed his full strength, but it was still difficult to resist, so he activated the Luai's true form. In the endless gray vortex, a pair of white wings appeared. It was incomparably dazzling, like a small boat in the vast ocean. However, this small boat carried a terrifying speed as it shot out along with the waves. The speed of 25,000 world speed burst out. Rumble. The burst of speed, coupled with the deafening sound all around, made Lin Ling feel that the sound in his ears was like an explosion. Boom. Finally, a different explosion rang out. Then his eyes lit up, and all the pressure disappeared. However, just as the pressure disappeared, an indescribable gravity attacked and smashed Lin Ling down. Ha! Lin Ling roared and flapped the wings behind him. Only then did he stop the pressure. With a sweep of his soul power, he found that the pressure came from the void around him. It seemed to be the pressure of gods. However, the spiritual energy here was extremely dense. No, it could be called the spiritual energy of gods. It was because of the spiritual energy of gods that Lin Ling felt such a huge pressure. You're back. At this time, a sigh sounded from Lin Ling's shoulder. The giant ghost floated up and looked into the distance with nostalgia. This caused Lin Ling to also look into the distance. This place was similar to the void, but in the endless void, there were fragments of continents floating there. Some of the continents were very majestic, while others were like small islands. They floated in the starry sky like bright comets. And within it, an incomparably ancient aura also quietly floated over. Lin Ling could even see the remains of palaces and buildings on a nearby continent fragment. That place seemed to have once been incomparably prosperous. The giant ghost must have lived here before. Then, Lin Ling looked at the excited giant ghost. After getting used to it, he put away the Luai's true form and fused with his talent. However, the moment he put it away, Lin Ling's body still sank slightly. His body was no longer as light and convenient as before. My physical strength is increasing. Lin Ling sensed it and discovered that during the process of adaptation, his body was also undergoing a transformation. He had long since stopped wearing the dragon god armor because he had fought too many battles in the past few days. He often needed to be at his peak, so it was very inconvenient to wear the dragon god armor. However, after coming to the divine realm, Lin Ling discovered that the pressure here could also produce the same effect as the dragon god armor. After that, Lin Ling did not interrupt the giant ghost. Instead, he continued to adapt to the divine pressure. He also recalled the danger when he passed through the gray vortex earlier and secretly felt lucky. If even he was in such a state, then the gods who were weaker than him would inevitably end up injured. After a long time, Lin Ling stood up and became more familiar with the surroundings. At this time, the giant ghost also floated over and said with a hint of nostalgia, "Master used to live here for a very, very long time." "What do you remember?" Lin Ling was shocked. The giant ghost nodded. "In fact, the giant ghost of Xianxia and I are the same consciousness of my master. My master cultivated the last stage of the supreme ego-forgetting divine technique and wanted to cut off all 7 emotions and 6 desires. That's why we were separated." Obviously, it had recalled many things. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Although he had guessed what the giant ghost said, he did not expect that the former 8 gods were separated by the giant ghost because they cultivated the supreme ego-forgetting divine technique. This meant that the giant ghost was actually a consciousness, an emotion. However, now that this consciousness had gradually matured, it had its own thoughts. If the supreme ego-forgetting divine technique is cultivated successfully, it will be comparable to the will of the world. My master's original plan was to use his will to destroy the will of the world, the giant ghost said faintly. However, the 8 gods failed. Lin Ling guessed. The giant ghost nodded. "I wonder how my master is now." "Lin Ling, promise me that you will take me to the 8 gods' celestial palace once, okay?" "Okay." Lin Ling agreed. Lei Gong also asked him to go to the 8 gods' celestial palace. Coupled with the giant ghost's matter, Lin Ling had to go to the 8 gods' celestial palace. Moreover, in his previous life, he also had an obsession, and that was to reach the final stage of the 8 gods' celestial palace. Last time, Xia's giant ghost seemed to want to devour the 8 gods, right? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and asked. "Yes, that's no longer a giant ghost, but an evil ghost. It's an evil consciousness of the 8 gods. Moreover, it knows more than me, so I have to stop it from devouring my master." The giant ghost said. "When the time comes, I'll help you." Lin Ling nodded. "Thank you." The giant ghost couldn't help but look at Lin Ling and thank him. Now, he didn't seem to have any ferocious aura. Instead, he seemed more human. Lin Ling smiled faintly and looked into the distance. Then, he took out the bamboo scroll. "This is my god ring. It seems that there are many god rings in the god realm, and Lei Gong specially arranged one for me. I've never seen this god ring before. After all, it didn't exist in the past. However, I'm guessing that it was left behind after the gods fell. Since it can restore a warrior's divine embryo, Lin Ling, you definitely can't miss it." The giant ghost nodded. Lin Ling flew forward with the giant ghost. Not long after, they arrived at a fragment of the continent that was more than 100 meters in size. There were ruins on top of it, and a stone tablet that had been cut in half sat there. The words Lingshao Hall were engraved on top of it. This stone tablet should have drifted here after the Great War between the gods. The giant ghost said immediately. Lin Ling looked around and didn't find any valuable treasures, so he left immediately. An ancient wind blew around, giving off a feeling of loneliness and desolation. Moving forward like this, Lin Ling passed by a large number of fragments of the continent. However, he didn't see anyone. Instead, he saw many traces of battle. For example, there was a huge crater the size of a fist on top of a huge continent in the distance. This crater had a radius of 10,000 miles. It was as if a god had smashed down with his fist during the era of the gods, causing a huge explosion. I'm afraid the divine realm was destroyed during the Great War of the Gods. Lin Ling said in shock. As he moved forward, a continent that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared in front of him. Moreover, there was a huge stone door on the ground near Lin Ling. It lay there quietly as if it had been abandoned by time. Chapter 4199. How many heavenly gates are there in the divine world? Lin Ling asked curiously. The giant ghost nodded. There are 4 heavenly gates. The one we entered was the southern heavenly gate. Who would have thought that the northern heavenly gate would be smashed into the divine world, and it seems to have been completely destroyed. From what you said, other than the northern heavenly gate, there are two other gates. What if the spirit nation entered from the other two gates? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and asked solemnly. There is such a possibility. Therefore, the most important thing right now is to find the God Ring as soon as possible and return you to your position. When your strength increases, you won't have to be so afraid anymore. The giant ghost turned to look at Lin Ling with anticipation in its eyes. If the God Ring could really return gods to their positions, what kind of god was Lin Ling in the past? After following Lin Ling for so long, the giant ghost had long guessed that Lin Ling must have been a god in his past life, but it didn't know what level of god he was. Was it a high god or a mid-god? Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to still be alive. While Lin Ling and the giant ghost were staring at the stone door, a cold chuckle was suddenly heard. Soon after, a few figures shot over from afar. With a few rumbles, they smashed onto the ground, causing dust to fly as those people slowly walked towards Lin Ling. The person in the lead was actually Zhongshan, and beside him was Wang Yanhui and several old men who looked quite strong. I didn't expect to meet you here. After seeing Lin Ling, Zhongshan and Wang Yanhui couldn't hold back their laughter, rubbing their palms together with anticipation. In the 9 prefectures, they really didn't dare to touch Lin Ling. But in the divine world, as far as they knew, even gods couldn't set their eyes on this place. Therefore, if they touched Lin Ling, no one would know. They never thought that they would be so lucky to run into Lin Ling the moment they entered the divine world. Lin Ling looked at them and replied calmly, "That's right." He had already noticed that these people were not as strong as him, and some of them were injured. Obviously, they were injured when they passed through the gray vortex. "This is all you want to say to us?" Lin Ling's simple words made the excited Zhongshan and the others very unhappy. They thought that Lin Ling would be shocked or even panicked. Who knew that it was just an "oh"? "Oh," Lin Ling said again. "Bastard." Zhongshan and Wang Yanhui were furious. "Lin Ling, let me tell you, today I, Zhongshan, will represent Palace Hall Lei Gong to teach you a lesson." Zhongshan gritted his teeth and unleashed his full strength. His godly aura rolled out and shook the hearts of the people. His talent was terrifying. He was a divine tree fetus and was at the innate realm. A gray piece of wood immediately appeared in his hand. It looked ordinary, and its surface was even a little rough, but it contained the might of the great Tao. "This is my divine tree fetus, a divine fetus that can sweep away everything." Zhongshan gripped the wooden piece of wood in his hand and grinned. Then he swung it at Lin Ling. Wang Yanhui became excited seeing this. He had lost to Lin Ling last time, so he knew that Lin Ling was much stronger than him. However, Zhongshan was stronger than him. He was a 6-star trial taker, and his strength had surpassed the 9 prefectures' vicious 10 leader. Most importantly, Zhongshan's attacks did not seem strong, but his divine fetus was very strange. It specialized in countering divine fetus physiques. Unless Lin Ling's divine fetus grade was higher than Zhongshan's, his divine fetus would not be able to display its power. It could be said that Zhongshan was the nemesis of gods. Moreover, Zhongshan's divine fetus grade was still low. If it reached mid-level god realm, it would be a nightmare. "Oh." However, Lin Ling's reply was still the same. Everyone was enraged, especially Zhongshan. He held the wooden piece of wood, but he did not swing it down immediately. This was because he had waited for so long not just for an "oh" from Lin Ling. "Die." Then he swung his wooden piece at Lin Ling. It seemed like an ordinary movement, but it carried the rhythm of the great Tao. The divine wind swept over with a sealing power. Lin Ling could feel that his 6 divine fetus were drowsy, and it was difficult to activate them. This divine tree was similar to Mini Kunlun. It had the power to seal talents. However, Lin Ling's divine fetus was not the only thing that was powerful. Clang. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. 100 rays of divine energy appeared and mixed with the energy of his 6 stanchions and his physical body, slashing out. He was now a 7th-level martial god. With the fusion of his 6 dantians, even if he did not use his divine fetus, his boundary essence was extremely terrifying. Bang! With a loud explosion, Zhong Shan's divine tree was sent flying by the slash. His divine fetus was not weak, or it would have been cut in half. Zhong Shan spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. The rest of the people were dumbfounded. Wangu Yanhui was dumbfounded for a long time before he recalled that Lin Ling's god force had already reached 100 strands. The last time they fought, Lin Ling had not displayed his god force. It was only when he had used his trump card that Lin Ling had severed his hand with a single slash. The power of that slash was equivalent to 100 strands of god force. Divine energy. However, he had been knocked unconscious, so he only remembered it now. Lin Ling. Zhong Shan struggled to get up from the ground, but he still let out a ferocious voice. Zhong Shan, I'll spare your life for Lei Gong's sake. If you dare to come again, don't blame me for killing the trial takers. Lin Ling slowly put away his sword and walked past them, heading into the distance. Lin Ling, I won't let you go. After suffering such a great loss, Zhong Shan naturally felt that he could not put his face down. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. Of course, he did not expect Lin Ling to defeat his divine tree without using his divine fetus. Awesome, awesome, awesome. As for the divine sacred knights behind Wangu Yanhui, each of them said nervously. They did not expect Lin Ling, a new trial taker, to be more powerful than Zhong Shan. Not long ago, Zhong Shan had said that he had brought Lin Ling to Lei Gong's main hall. When they met, Lin Ling was like a little brother. At this time, Lin Ling's voice came from the distance again. It was the same, oh. This sentence was undoubtedly filled with disdain. He did not put them in his eyes at all. Zhong Shan spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. At this time, Lin Ling was walking along the ancient continent, looking at the map from time to time. Then he would change his direction. After a few rounds, the sound of a river appeared in Lin Ling's ears. However, when he looked at the horizon, there was no river. It's an underground river. At this time, the giant ghost guessed, this is a branch of the heavenly river. I didn't expect it to be underground. Chapter 4200. The sound of the water is very loud. The heavenly river is not far away. The giant ghost nodded. Lin Ling put away the map and was about to go forward to investigate. Lin Ling? At this moment, a surprised voice came from the front. Then, a light flashed and a figure appeared in front of Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, it was Little South. Of course, it was the girl who was with Long Yang in Spirit Light City. Ha, it's really you, Lin Ling. After Little South saw Lin Ling clearly, she could not help but laugh excitedly. Why are you here too? Lin Ling was undoubtedly very surprised. Of course, I'm looking for the divine circle. My divine circle is nearby. Alright, you're here too. Could it be that your divine circle is also here? Ha, that's great. We're going the same way. Little South pondered for a moment. Then she suddenly thought of something and laughed even louder. Sister Tuwa, Brother Ox, Lin Ling is here. Then she shouted behind her. Boom, boom, boom. 2 explosions sounded from below the ground. The soil rolled and 2 figures rushed out, turning into flashes of light. In the next moment, they appeared in front of Lin Ling. One of them was Tsuehua. Back when they were in the Curation, she was very familiar with Lin Ling. She had accompanied Lin Ling to fish. As for the one called Brother Ox, although Lin Ling was not familiar with him, they had met many times. Lin Ling knew that he was a cattle herder in the Curation. In general, they had a good relationship with Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're here too. It seems that your divine circle must be near the heavenly Yin River. Tsuehua was still wearing the farmer's clothes and said with a smile, divine circles can be together? Lin Ling was not familiar with divine circles, so he asked suspiciously. Of course, some divine circles are easy to find and are not dangerous. Moreover, they are more mature and can stimulate the power of talent more. Some divine circles are still growing and have weaker effects on warriors. Tsuehua nodded. Brother Ox, who was beside her, smiled at Lin Ling with a kind look. He said, "Generally speaking, only the confidants of the gods can get good divine circles. Lin Ling, you must have a good relationship with Lei Gong." "It's okay." Lin Ling finally understood. This meant that the divine circles they were searching for did not conflict with each other. They could move forward together. He hurriedly asked, "Have you found any divine circles?" "Found it. The entrance is there." Cui Hua pointed, only to see a flight of stairs winding down amidst the ruins in front of them. However, after following the entrance for about 3 incense sticks worth of time, there was a mysterious seal there. We had to use all our strength to open it. However, that seal was very strange. It was like a bubble. After it was opened, it would quickly shrink. Furthermore, we discovered that there were people who had entered before us. Then we found it, Cui Hua said. Hearing this, Lin Ling was a little surprised and said, "Someone else entered before us?" This made Lin Ling ponder. Those who could find the God's circle were all the confidants of the gods. This meant that those who entered earlier than them were most likely the confidants of the other gods. However, divine circles were shared, so there would not be any conflicts between them. Thinking of this, Lin Ling said quickly, "Then let's open it as soon as possible." But Cui Hua and the others wanted to lead the way, but at this moment, a deafening roar came from ahead. The earth shook and dust spread. "Hey, someone is coming." The one called Brother Bull was curious. "Something is wrong. Brother Lin Ling, do you feel it?" On the other hand, Little South felt it and her expression changed. Lin Ling also felt it. He frowned and looked at Little South. The two of them said at the same time, "It's the power of the Spirit Nation." In Spirit Light City, he had done missions with Little South. Naturally, he was very familiar with the power of the Spirit Nation. The Spirit Nation is here too. Cui Hua immediately felt that things were getting troublesome. However, Lin Ling immediately said, "You guys go and open the seal. I will stop them." But Cui Hua was worried. "Once you open the seal, inform me immediately. We will rush into the Tianyin River together." Lin Ling did not say anything else. The tyrant's song sword appeared in his hand and he immediately rushed forward. "Let's go and open the seal." Cui Hua and Brother Bull looked at each other and rushed to the entrance of the ruins without hesitation. Lin Ling jumped up and floated in the air. He suddenly realized that on the ground in the distance, there were more than 10 white divine elephants that were hundreds of meters tall. They were galloping toward them. The divine elephants were mighty and radiated divine light. "That's Lin Ling." All of a sudden, someone on the divine elephant let out a cry of surprise. "Lin Ling? You've met Lin Ling? Catch him." More voices floated out. It was as if Lin Ling's name was extremely famous in the Spirit Nation. Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression did not change. He rushed down and glided on the ground. The tyrant's song sword in his hand slashed out fiercely and landed heavily on the leg of one of the divine elephants. However, the sword that was suppressed with 100 strands of divine power could not cut off the leg of the divine elephant. However, the divine elephant also let out a painful cry. Although the sword did not cut off its leg, it was still in great pain. Then, the divine elephant raised its foot high, wanting to stomp the ant under its foot into meat paste. However, Lin Ling's speed was incomparably fast. When the huge foot landed, he had already floated into the distance. Boom! When the foot landed, the ground instantly cracked and the entire continent seemed to tremble. "Lin Ling, more and more divine elephants are coming." At this time, the giant ghost also said to Lin Ling's goal was to stall for time, so he immediately fused his talents. As a result, his speed, attack, and defense all greatly increased. While Lin Ling was fusing his talents, the divine elephants were rushing over from all directions. Upon closer inspection, the divine elephants had already formed a huge meat wall, encircling Lin Ling in the middle and constantly shrinking. "Lin Ling, I'll give you a chance. Surrender and we won't touch you." There were many people on the divine elephants. A man in white armor stared at Lin Ling and said indifferently, "If you're stubborn, don't blame us for killing you." Let me tell you, the dragon spirit of our spirit nation hates you to the core. As he spoke, Lin Ling, who was surrounded by a large number of divine elephants, also moved. Erupting with 15,000 world speed, he instantly appeared in front of a powerhouse in white armor and stabbed out with his sword. This sword not only contained a terrifying physical strength, but also the power of 100 strands of divine power. Clang. However, when the sword landed on the powerhouse in white armor, there was a crisp sound and the latter only took a step back. So hard. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he immediately retreated. Chapter 4201. The leader said, I am the case spirit of the spirit nation. To fall into my hands means that your luck is not good. Now you have 10 breaths of time to consider. If you do not surrender, we will kill you. Can I break it? However, Lin Ling did not answer him. Instead, he shook his head. You can't break it. This array has connected the spirit nation's divine elephants and all the experts. No matter how strong you are, your sword cannot kill all of the spirit nation's divine elephants. K-Spirit nodded confidently. He wanted to crush Lin Ling's confidence from the bottom of his heart and force Lin Ling to join the spirit nation. However, just as he finished speaking, an afterimage appeared. Sword light flashed, and on one of the divine elephants, one of the experts spat out blood from his neck and then fell from the divine elephant. Bang! When the sound drifted out, the surroundings were silent. This was because K-Spirit had just said that Lin Ling could not break their defense. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling had killed one of them. How was this possible? On the ground, Lin Ling's body appeared, holding his sword at a slanted angle. He said indifferently, I can see that your armors have a mysterious power, connecting with the power of the divine elephant, making your defense extremely strong. However, the strong part is only the armors. The connection between the armors is still weak. Bang! The joint between the armors had always been very difficult to defend. Although many people knew about it, it was very difficult to hit that part. Moreover, ordinary people who were surrounded by such divine elephants would never think of such a weak point. For a moment, the experts on the divine elephants narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling is indeed extraordinary. After a moment of silence, K-Spirit finally said in a dignified voice. Then, he said coldly, it seems that you are not willing to join the spirit nation. Then, don't blame us for being impolite. Kill him. Remember, guard the place where the armor connects. Don't let Lin Ling take advantage of it. Countless divine elephants stomped their heavy footsteps toward Lin Ling in a mighty manner. Lin Ling die. Their voices sounded in unison. Although Lin Ling had found their weakness, he might not be able to attack that weakness in the midst of a chaotic battle. Really? Lin Ling also replied indifferently. With the arrival of the divine elephant, the space for him to dodge became even smaller. Looking up, it was as if an endless mountain was trying to drown them. Luai's true form. Without hiding his strength, Lin Ling heard a tearing sound from behind him. Behind those jellyfish tentacles, a pair of white lightning wings grew crazily. Just as the wings grew out, the expert on the divine elephant threw out a large number of spears. Heavenly God's spear. These spears didn't have any divine power, nor did they have any realm essence. They were the purest form of energy, but they were produced by borrowing the divine elephant's power. Bang bang bang. Countless spears landed at the center, directly breaking through the ground, forming billowing clouds of dust that spread out. Is he dead? On the divine elephant, spears appeared in the hands of the experts again. They raised the spears and pointed them at the ground. However, a vortex suddenly appeared in the dust. It was a vortex formed by dust. Then, lightning flashed, and Lin Ling's figure appeared in front of one of the powerhouses. He held the sword with both hands and slashed down fiercely. At a closer look, the huge sword had all kinds of terrifying power, murderous intent, demonic energy, and even lightning. The Spirit Nation expert wasn't weak either. He also swung the divine spear in his hand. Unfortunately, it didn't have any effect. Because with Lin Ling's current strength, even if he didn't have the power of the 9 states' top 10 martial gods, He was already halfway there. Crack. The sword in both hands slashed down heavily. Not only did it break the divine spear, but it also directly slashed the expert. A large number of runes floated out from his body, and then his armor exploded. The 100-meter-tall divine elephant he was sitting on also let out a painful cry, and then it fell down like a mountain. What? Everyone stared at this terrifying scene, and their eyes trembled. Because Lin Ling could actually break the armor. This meant that Lin Ling's sword could kill a divine elephant. One had to know that these divine elephants were no ordinary species. They were Buddha elephants under the veil of the Buddha god. They possessed boundless strength, and even during the era of the gods, they had a great reputation. Could it be that his divine power has reached 200 strands? Not long ago in Spiritual Light City, he wasn't so powerful. Dragon Spirit Xianxia said that Lin Ling is only a little stronger than him. Even Dragon Spirit Xianxia can't break this divine elephant god-locking array. Don't talk nonsense, kill. Voices rang out. Then, the divine elephants raised their legs high, wanting to stomp Lin Ling into dust. Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. On his wings, white lightning violently shot out, forming a 100-meter-long electric snake. These electric snakes had the power to paralyze, and it actually reduced the speed of any attack near Lin Ling. Rumble. As those elephant legs heavily smashed down, Lin Ling disappeared again. Red Bodhi, yellow Bodhi, blue Bodhi. A voice rang out. Lin Ling had already appeared in front of an elite. His left hand continuously slapped out, and the divine power of Bodhi poured out like a river. Bang bang bang. The elites on the divine elephants were all forced back a few steps. At this moment, a sword slashed down. Gotcha. Then, spears broke, armor cracked, and those elites were killed with a single slash. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Their divine armors were broken, and the divine elephants they were sitting on also fell down. The sound was like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Kill. Seeing this, even more elites threw out divine spears. Those divine spears shot towards Lin Ling like shooting stars. As long as he was hit, even if Lin Ling didn't die, his battle prowess would be affected. Shio. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's current speed was more than 25,000 realms. His wings looked huge, but they drew beautiful trajectories, dodging those spears. Another sword slashed out, and it cut through the armor of a few people. Retreat. Such a straightforward scene finally caused the expression of the leader, K Ling, to change. She knew that she couldn't do anything to Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling could break through armor. And that wasn't all. Lin Ling's speed was even faster than they could catch. If this continued, even more divine elephants would fall. Rumble. A large number of divine elephants started to retreat, and Lin Ling floated in the sky. He didn't chase, because his goal was to enter the heavenly Yin River. Lin Ling, you killed me, Wuhen. Today, hand over your life. It was unknown whether it was because the battle here was too intense that it attracted the attention of some people, so there was immediately a voice filled with killing intent. In the distant void, a huge sun rose up, and mixed with ferocious power, it quickly smashed towards Lin Ling. This power was incomparably terrifying, and the divine power was beyond imagination. Lin Ling knew that this wasn't something he could withstand. Chapter 4202. Swoosh. With a flap of his wings, Lin Ling dashed to the left side. His speed was also pushed to the limit. After all, the fate wheel was too huge. If he could not avoid it, Lin Ling would definitely die here. What a fast speed. In the distant void, a cry of surprise could be heard. He actually avoided the fate wheel of heaven. This Lin Ling is really lucky. Then, another voice could be heard, which was filled with deep shock. Rumble. The all-heaven fate will finally smash down. Its radiance was so bright that it shook the entire continent. A terrifying force soared into the sky and turned into a giant mushroom cloud. However, in front of the terrifying mushroom cloud, a figure flapped his wings and held a sword diagonally. His expression was still terrifyingly calm, like an ancient well without ripples. And he was Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Those powerhouses who came from afar stared at the man who was as cold as ice, and their hearts jumped again. Among them, a middle-aged man looked extremely cold, and his eyes looked like they were about to devour someone. He was the martial god of the Duan lineage, one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Lin Ling, did you kill Wuhan? The martial god of the Duan lineage's eyes flashed with a strange light as he shouted coldly. Obviously, he did not expect Lin Ling to avoid his fate wheel. Moreover, judging from the power displayed by Lin Ling, the current Lin Ling was stronger than he had imagined. This strength was comparable to the leader of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. This made him feel like he was dreaming. When he first met Lin Ling, it was in the Starry Sky Forest, the forbidden area of the 9 prefectures. There was a god's treasure there, and the Duan family had gone there for the treasure. However, at that time, Lin Ling stopped them, causing the Duan family to suffer many casualties and even return empty-handed. At that time, he remembered the name Lin Ling. However, in the days that followed, Lin Ling rose up like crazy, constantly defeating the number 1 bloodline of the Duan family, Duan Wuhan. Now, he had become a major threat. Of course, Lin Ling's background was also incomparably terrifying. If it was not necessary, he also did not want to provoke Lin Ling. The wings behind Lin Ling fluttered, allowing him to float in the sky. He also looked at the Duan lineage martial god indifferently, surprised that the latter could appear here. Sure enough, other than the 4 great gods, the others also had a way to enter this place. They should have entered from other heavenly gates. Duan lineage martial god, why do you still have any thoughts of being lucky? You should also know that Duan Wuhan was indeed killed by me. Lin Ling spoke coldly. He knew that the Duan lineage martial god actually didn't want to offend him. Otherwise, with the Duan lineage martial god's character, the Duan lineage martial god would have made a move a long time ago. In fact, this was indeed the case. The Duan lineage martial god didn't want to provoke Lei Gong, but now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to provoke him. This was because the number 1 bloodline of the Duan family couldn't die for no reason. You should also know that I have already spared Lin Ling several times, but he has repeatedly provoked me. Does he really think that I, Lin Ling, don't dare to kill him? Lin Ling said again. No matter what, if you want to kill Duan Wuhan, then you must pay with your life. Kill him. The Duan lineage martial god's killing intent surged, and his powerful divine embryo and boundary essence also erupted. This was also an expert who was half a step into the ranks of gods. Moreover, his divine power was endless, like a surging river. Kill! The experts beside the Duan lineage martial god also took the initiative to attack. These people didn't seem to be from the Duan family, but they listened to the orders of the Duan lineage martial god. Fool! Lin Ling sneered. With a flap of his wings, he charged forward with lightning. In his left hand, golden flames formed a rolling vortex, and then he threw it out. Great heavenly flames. Lin Ling, you are about to die, and you still dare to call us fools? The one who is fools is you. A pair of wings appeared behind one of the experts. They were ice wings, and his speed reached 15,000 world speeds. In his opinion, Lin Ling actually didn't run after encountering the Duan lineage martial god. If he wasn't a fool, then what was? Rumble. At this moment, the great heavenly flames flooded over, and the rolling golden flames caused the expert's expression to change. Ice seal. He roared angrily, and frost energy gushed out from his body. It was bone-chilling cold, and he froze himself into an ice sculpture. As the human monarch's flames flooded over, it actually continuously assimilated the ice sculpture. Great heavenly sacrificial sacred ice. Sensing this, cold sweat broke out on the expert's forehead. Lin Ling's human monarch's flames were too overbearing. He immediately formed a complicated seal with both hands, strengthening the ice seal. Clang, clang, clang. Outside his body, streaks of divine power poured out, spraying out frost, and causing the ice sculpture to become even harder. Help me! At the same time, he secretly transmitted his voice because he knew that this kind of resistance wouldn't last for long. Red Bodhi, yellow Bodhi, blue Bodhi. But at that moment, a faintly discernible voice passed through the ice and entered his ears. His pupils constricted as he looked forward through the ice. The first thing he saw was a pair of huge thunder wings. A man was violently slamming his palms against the ice around him. His last palm strike was filled with blue light and ferocious divine light. Power. Gotcha. That palm actually passed through the ice and landed heavily on that person's chest. Rumble. The ice around that person instantly shattered, and ice shards shot out in all directions. That person's body was like ash, quietly turning into fine powder. I said you were a fool, but you didn't believe me. If the Duan lineage martial god really wanted to kill me, he could have done it himself. Why would he use you as cannon fodder? He wanted to see if you could kill me. If he succeeded, then the crime of killing me would fall on your heads. When that person turned into fine powder, Lin Ling's mocking voice rang out, causing that person to suddenly understand before he died. The Duan lineage martial god had long known that Lin Ling was the murderer, but he still had to ask. This meant that he was very afraid of Lin Ling. However, the Duan lineage martial god had to kill Lin Ling, so he wanted to borrow their hands to kill Lin Ling. It would be best if he could succeed, but if he couldn't, the Duan lineage martial god would do it himself. Crash. As the powder dispersed, that person completely disappeared from the sky. Lin Ling died. As soon as he died, a death god's scythe came slashing at him from behind. The power of divinity within it was also incomparably powerful. However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. His great sword did not even look behind him as it slashed backward, easily blocking the death god's scythe. Then he disappeared from his original spot and reappeared behind the expert who had ambushed him. A Bodhi light appeared in his palm as he ruthlessly slapped down. What speed! The person who had ambushed him maintained the posture of his scythe slashing down, but the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Rumble! Lin Ling's palm landed and directly destroyed that person. However, after the Bodhi light bloomed, the destroyed person's body began to elongate and become illusory. It was an afterimage. You're too slow. Looking at the top of Lin Ling's head, a sinister man strangely appeared. He held a scythe with both hands and slashed down fiercely with divine power. Chapter 4203. Swoosh. The black sickle carried an aura of death as if it had come from the underworld. It was extremely cold and gloomy as it directly cut Lin Ling in half. That person was a little excited and a smile appeared in his eyes. He had killed Lin Ling? You're too slow. However, before this joy disappeared, Lin Ling appeared behind him. Lin Ling, who had been cut in half, was also an afterimage. It was as if he was giving him a taste of his own medicine. Swoosh. Lin Ling slashed with his sword. He wanted to see how this person was going to dodge it. The sword of killing intent was mixed with thunder as it swept out with a force that could wipe out 1,000 troops. It directly cut the person and his saber into pieces. This time, it was obvious that he could not react in time. He could not be any more dead. So powerful. His strength has already surpassed the 9 provinces' 10 great leaders. Those who were still pouncing towards Lin Ling stopped abruptly. This was because they did not know Lin Ling's true strength from the beginning. They also did not know that Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased in Spiritual Light City. Now that they saw how ferocious Lin Ling was, they were instantly afraid. We've underestimated him. Those powerhouses did not dare to move anymore. That's why you're so stupid. Lin Ling's face was calm. There was no joy or arrogance on his face. It was as if he was doing the most ordinary thing. Looks like we'll be cannon fodder. Those powerhouses were obviously not idiots. After pondering for a while, they immediately understood. Previously, they had thought that they could kill Lin Ling and obtain the reward of the Duan lineage martial god. However, now it seemed that if they tried to kill Lin Ling, they would only be killed instead. Even if they succeeded, they would have to face the wrath of Lei Gong. However, the Duan lineage martial god could take revenge and come out unscathed. Therefore, they were not stupid. Since they could not kill Lin Ling, they did not plan to be cannon fodder anymore. Lin Ling, you're stronger than I thought. At this moment, the Duan lineage martial god also spoke. He indeed had such a wishful thinking, but it was useless now because these experts simply couldn't kill Lin Ling. I'll fight you. The Duan lineage martial god could only take action himself. Bang! Suddenly, the ground under his feet exploded. 2 fate wheels appeared under his feet and spun crazily. With a terrifying speed, he arrived in front of Lin Ling in an instant. An unstoppable palm mixed with ferocious divine power slammed towards Lin Ling. So fast! Lin Ling's expression changed. He had long known that the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures were very strong. Now that he had personally experienced it, he was able to realize where this strength came from. This was also Lin Ling's first time encountering a battle between the 9 prefectures' 10 martial gods. Moreover, the Duan lineage martial god was ranked quite high among the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. Gripping the sword with both hands, Lin Ling mobilized all of his strength and slashed out. Rumble! When the 2 sides collided, a terrifying storm appeared in midair. Then, a huge shock wave erupted, sprinkling down endless light like pieces of snow. This intense battle also attracted the attention of the experts in the distance. Their eyes were somewhat solemn. What a powerful battle! Both sides were top experts. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure flew backward. He looked a little embarrassed. However, after his white wings flapped slightly, he immediately flew into the distance in a beautiful arc. And he was Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's mouth was also bleeding. Apparently, he was injured. After facing the Duan lineage martial god head-on, he immediately knew that his strength was no match for the Duan lineage martial god. The Duan lineage martial god was powerful because of his divine power. Moreover, it had reached a limit that exceeded Lin Ling's imagination. However, just as he steadied himself, a dazzling light shot over from afar. Moreover, it was constantly expanding and emitted a deafening sonic boom. This was the fate wheels of the heavens. This speed was too fast. It exceeded Lin Ling's 25,000 realm power. Break! Break! Lin Ling's breath was not smooth, but he immediately mobilized all his strength and slashed out with his sword. Chi-chi-chi! The fate wheels of the heavens resisted Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword and immediately spewed out the power of a sea urchin. It roared like endless thunder snakes, causing the sky to tremble 3 times. Ha! Ha! Lin Ling also fully activated his physical strength. Originally, it was 150,000 realm power. Now, it had reached 160,000 realm power. His physical strength had also reached the peak. The price was that all the treasures that Lin Ling had devoured over the years had finally been used up. One had to know that Lin Ling had already devoured countless treasures since he started cultivating. And these powers were hidden in his body. 99% of them had been refined, and 10% of them were scattered all over Lin Ling's body. It was more difficult to refine. Moreover, Lin Ling did not have the time to care about that little bit of cultivation resources. Now, under the immense pressure, the remnant energy of those treasures had also been completely refined. After the increase in strength, the fate wheels of the heavens were pressed down a little. If I hadn't exchanged the God's Stone for the God's Spring, I would have had the God's Stone with me. Now, I can refine the God's Stone and increase my divine power. Also, I haven't refined the essence of the God's Fragment. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so passive now. Holding the sword with both hands, Lin Ling's mind flashed through several thoughts. This was because he had not refined the essence of the God's Fragment after reaching level 6 of the Martial God Realm. Moreover, when he reached level 7 of the Martial God Realm not long ago, he had not activated the God's Inheritance Treasure. Break! Of course, although this was what he thought, Lin Ling did not panic. He activated his strength to the peak. Finally, the tyrannical song sword pressed down on the fate wheels of the heavens like a huge pillar. The huge fate wheels of the heavens were changed direction by Lin Ling and smashed towards the ground fiercely. Boom! The ground shook and the ancient god's relic was completely destroyed. A strong gust of wind swept along the horizon like 10,000 galloping horses. Wherever it passed, the ancient stone pillars and broken walls were all blown away. They tumbled in the distant sky like straw. I'm only using 70% of my strength and you're having such difficulty blocking it. Lin Ling, you won't be able to escape today even if you have wings. In the distance, The martial god of Duan lineage floated there and said coldly. However, he was secretly shocked in his heart because according to his estimation, he should have been able to kill Lin Ling with a single move. But he never expected that Lin Ling's ability would be so great that he would still be able to block it. He was really tenacious. He stared at Lin Ling. He wanted to see Lin Ling's serious expression, but he realized that from the beginning to the end, Lin Ling was incomparably calm. Although he was injured, his expression did not change. Although he was no match for him, his aura was not weak. This appearance also made the martial god of Duan lineage sigh secretly. No wonder the number 1 bloodline of the Duan family, Duan Wuhan, could not compare to Lin Ling. With such a fearless appearance, Lin Ling was several times stronger than Duan Wuhan. Unfortunately, if not for the Duan family's blood feud, he would not have wanted to completely fall out with Lin Ling today. It's almost time. At this time, Lin Ling also spoke slowly. Then, he put away the tyrannical song sword and a black token appeared in his hand. Chapter 4204. The bronze gate appeared behind Lin Ling and slowly opened. A wisp of nether chi floated out. Then, in the endless darkness, the netherworld armor appeared and spoke in an unknown voice. It was like a nether curse. Rumble. Then, the netherworld army rushed out majestically. The legendary netherworld massacre order? When the martial god saw the terrifying gate of the netherworld, his eyes trembled fiercely. He had naturally heard of this legendary order that had reached an agreement with the nether god. However, in his impression, no one in the current JoJo could reach an agreement with the nether god and borrow troops from the netherworld. Even the 4 great gods couldn't do it. Retreat. The martial god didn't have time to be surprised and ran wildly into the distance. Because he also knew how terrifying these netherworld soldiers were. In the ancient records, netherworld soldiers were simply nightmarish existences that were not afraid of any attacks. The majestic netherworld soldiers were like marching ants. They rushed forward crazily from the sky and the earth. Moreover, they let out some unknown cries that made one's scalp tingle. This was also the first time that netherworld soldiers had moved unhindered in the divine world after the era of gods. I wasted a netherworld massacre order. If I encounter the 10 great gods of JoJo again, it will be dangerous. Lin Ling looked ahead indifferently. Although it wasn't the first time he had seen such a scene, he was still shocked in his heart. Moreover, he sighed inwardly because this life-saving trump card was wasted just like that. Fortunately, he had broken through and could open the divine inheritance treasure once more. Otherwise, it would be dangerous later. As for whether the martial god was alive or dead, this wasn't something Lin Ling could consider. He also didn't have the time to chase after him to check. Lin Ling. When Lin Ling was looking into the distance, suddenly, a shout of surprise sounded from behind him. A large number of divine elephants galloped over from behind. On the fastest divine elephant, Lin Ling saw a familiar person. It was Xianxia. It was clear that after Lin Ling had repelled the divine elephant array, they had encountered Xianxia as they were leaving, and Xianxia had immediately rushed over after learning that Lin Ling was here. Xianxia stood majestically on the divine elephant, and on his shoulder, the evil ghost let out a roar. Giant ghost, I'm here. Dong dong dong. Xianxia led countless divine elephants and galloped over, making him look like a divine general. Let's see where you can run to this time. Xiaxia's eyes were filled with a surging fighting spirit. Last time, he had lost to Lin Ling, and this time, he wanted to wash away the humiliation. Moreover, he could see that Lin Ling seemed to be heavily injured, so this was his chance. You really came at the right time. Lin Ling floated in the air, his robes fluttering in the wind. His eyes were also filled with surging battle intent. Although he did not expect that the divine elephant would turn around and look for him, since someone had come, he would just face it. Moreover, although he was injured, he was still not afraid of fighting Xianxia. Because this battle not only represented him and Xianxia, but also the battle between the giant ghost and the evil ghost. Moreover, Lin Ling still had to wait for news from Sister Tsuhua and the others. Lin Ling, let's go first. The seal has been opened. But at this moment, the ground suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out. It was Niu Gu. This sudden change made Han Xie and the others frown. Why did someone suddenly come out? Lin Ling, there's no time to lose. If you miss this, the seal will shrink. After Brother Anyo rushed out, his entire body's essence erupted, and a huge green bull appeared behind him. This green bull's body was covered with mysterious heavenly talismans, and it let out a bull cry. Its voice was as deep as thunder. Gallop. He was in midair, and then he punched out. Boom. With his fist as the center, a power that was the fusion of divine energy and world energy turned into a sound wave that blasted out with destructive force. Wherever his fist passed, the ground would be overturned, and a huge ditch would appear. When the wind from his fist reached the divine elephants, the endless divine elephants seemed to be blocked by countless hands, unable to move forward even an inch. In fact, the divine elephants even raised their forelimbs and let out a series of rumbling sounds. Niu Gu, you're so powerful. Seeing this, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air, and then laughed loudly. Han Xie, let's fight again next time. See you again. After saying this, he immediately followed Niu Gu and shot to the ground, disappearing without a trace. Rumble. The green ox's punch was still sweeping through the divine elephant herd, and it took an incense stick's worth of time before the power dissipated. The divine elephant herd stood there like a wall of flesh, and they did not dare to move forward. Instead, a huge pit appeared in front of the divine elephant, created by the punch, and the air above the pit was swaying non-stop. What powerful strength! It's the Cultivation trial taker. On the divine elephant, Han Xie was once a trial taker, so he naturally knew who the person who punched was. As for the evil spirit beside Han Xie, it was shouting angrily because it originally wanted to devour the giant ghost, but it was unwilling to let the giant ghost disappear before its eyes. It's too late, they've already left. However, Han Xie shook his head. With Anyo here, it's hard for us to kill Lin Ling. As far as I know, that ugly Anyo is ranked second among the Cultivation trial takers. Damn it. Hearing this, the evil spirit cursed angrily. From the looks of it, it was not the giant ghost that followed Han Xie, but more like its master. Moreover, Lin Ling is not weak either. His current strength is half a step into the ranks of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 provinces. Han Xie said again. He quietly clenched his fist, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. This was because he felt that the current Lin Ling's strength had increased by at least 30% compared to when he was in Spiritual Light City. Han Xie was still not a match for him. Previously, he was fighting the Duan Vein martial god. If he died, then everything would be over. If he didn't die, then things would be a little troublesome. Han Xie, what do you mean? Because if an expert at Lin Ling's level is able to overcome the great calamity of life and death, then the benefits that come next will not be simple. This is also the reason why many geniuses want to fight above their level. It's because they're looking for the feeling of approaching life and death. This can stimulate their potential. Damn it, we're too late and let Lin Ling escape. Otherwise, if we join forces with the Duan Vein martial god, we'll definitely kill Lin Ling. After chatting for a while, the divine elephant also left in a grandiose manner. This was because they had other important things to do here. When they met Lin Ling earlier, Han Xie just wanted to get rid of Lin Ling while he was at it. At this moment, in the underground ruins, Lin Ling and Niu Gu flew down the stairs. They're gone. Chapter 4205. That might not be the case. Because it's also possible that the gods opened other doors and allowed the 10 great martial gods of the 9 provinces to enter. Niu Gu guessed. Lin Ling somewhat agreed with this guess. In short, the divine realm was currently in chaos with all sorts of people. Everyone was searching for their own fortune in an attempt to become a god. Lin Ling, hurry up. At this moment, Suiwa's voice sounded out from the pitch-black staircase, causing Lin Ling and the others to speed up. After that, they saw a multicolored seal in front of the staircase. At this moment, Suihua and Little South were resisting with their dimensional essence to prevent the membrane from shrinking. Hurry up and enter. When they saw Lin Ling, the two of them shouted at the same time. Lin Ling didn't act pretentiously and immediately shot past Suihua and the others. Niu Gu did the same. Sush. After the two of them passed by, Cui Hua and Little South retreated as well. As soon as they disappeared, the multicolored and mysterious membrane shrank once more like a bubble. Although they could see the scene on the other side, it was difficult for them to leave. We're finally in. Cui Hua and the others couldn't help but wipe their sweat, while Little South looked at Lin Ling and said, "What happened outside? Why does it feel like the sky is falling and the earth is splitting apart? You seem to be injured." "I encountered the Duan lineage martial god." Lin Ling smiled and nodded, "But my injuries aren't serious, and I'll be able to recover soon. The Duan lineage martial god is here as well." Little South was shocked when she heard this. Niu Gu immediately explained the situation, and his words caused the expressions of Cui Hua and the others to change. Never had they imagined that Lin Ling would actually be able to block so many experts by himself. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, it would be impossible for them to undo the seal. "Lin Ling, we don't know what dangers await us on the road ahead. Why don't you recover first?" Cui Hua saw that Lin Ling's face was pale and his clothes were stained with blood, so she hurriedly said. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then immediately nodded. Because the divine circle was shared, it didn't matter whether they went early or late. On the contrary, if they went with heavy injuries, it would be troublesome if they encountered experts. Now, Lin Ling knew that among the group of experts who had entered the God realm, his strength was merely in the middle. Immediately, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. In order to speed up time, he reluctantly took out the holy spring to recover. After all, apart from the sapphire spiritual flower, Lin Ling had very few treasures that could help him. Although there were many other treasures, they were not of great help to the martial god realm. Placing the divine spring in front of him, wisps of mist floated out and wrapped around Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's entire body to shine with boundless light. Holy spring! Little South and the others glanced around and smiled. Then, they once again looked around vigilantly. Lin Ling was obviously very assured of their safety, so he recovered without hesitation. Thinking of the intense battle just now, he also took out all the essence of the god's fragments and refined them on the spot. If it was in the past, he obviously wouldn't have enough foundation to refine them. However, after the desperate battle just now, he was like a sponge that had been sucked dry and could absorb even more martial comprehension. The essence of the god's fragments was of the fire attribute, which caused a wave of flames to spread out, and the temperature of the pitch-black stairs also increased by a lot. Around Lin Ling's body, the human Emperor Dharma idol appeared. It was majestic without being angry, and it was like a burning flame. The human Emperor's flame's cultivation level was also increasing crazily. After an unknown period of time, the flames around Lin Ling's body began to separate, like wisps of willow, the wisps floating in the air. If the great heavenly flame from before was a large-scale killing technique, now the great heavenly flame had separated. As for Lin Ling's mind, he was also constantly practicing. After using the great heavenly flame many times, he was also looking for the great heavenly flame's weakness and strength. The strength was that it was domineering and had a strong assimilation power. The weakness was that when using this move, it wasted too much energy. Therefore, Lin Ling planned to divide it and not waste any energy to attack the enemy. 3,000 great heavenly flames. A voice appeared in Lin Ling's mind. This was also his comprehension of his self-created mystique to a new level. Rumble. More and more golden flames floated around Lin Ling, causing Cui Hua and the others to feel a wave of pressure. Lin Ling's human emperor's heavenly flame has reached the top 100. Cui Hua laughed. With her strength, she could naturally sense the increase in Lin Ling's strength. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. A wisp of golden flames flashed in his eyes. Then, the flames around him receded and disappeared into his body. My strength has increased by at least 20%. Lin Ling muttered to himself. After using all the god's essence fragments, the great heavenly flame's power of divinity had reached the top 100, which was the same as the Luai's true form. In addition to the Tyrant Song Sword, Lin Ling's power of divinity had reached 300. I'll open the god's legacy treasure next time. After that, Lin Ling looked at Sui Hua and the others. He knew that he had made them wait for a long time, so he was too embarrassed to continue cultivating. Sorry for making you wait. Lin Ling immediately walked over. It's okay. We've only waited for a while. Brother Lin Ling, aren't you going to continue cultivating? Xiao Nen immediately said with a smile. No need. Let's go look for the God's circle. Lin Ling waved his hand. Just as he was about to say something, Niu Gu suddenly rushed down from the top of the stairs and said anxiously, We have to leave now. There are many experts coming up here. Poor they. Sui Hua immediately frowned when she heard that. I can't find out. However, they are not weak. I don't know if they are friends or foes. To avoid unnecessary trouble, it's better for us to leave now. Niu Gu said. But everyone immediately nodded. Everyone knew that the realm of the gods was chaotic. No matter how strong they were, they would not dare to be careless here. There's the sound of water over there. We're almost there. Xiao Nen investigated for a bit, then immediately led the way. While they were moving toward the Tianyin River, a large number of experts appeared on the ground. When they saw the mess on the ground, their faces were incomparably cold. There was a big battle not long ago. A man in heavy armor said indifferently. Yes, and the battle was very intense. It was at the level of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. However, what's surprising is that not many people died. No more than 3 people. Zhongshan said before that Lin Ling is coming in this direction. So if we see him, kill him without mercy. This is what Luli Empress said. Got it. However, I think that Lin Ling has already left. After all, there's no trace of his aura around here. Luli Empress also said that if we see Lin Ling, kill him. If we don't see him, then we'll do our own things. Let's continue our journey. Rumble. The man in heavy armor rode a huge golden-armored rhinoceros as he looked at the sky and galloped away. Chapter 4206. However, they did not notice that under the chaotic ruins, there was a pitch-black staircase extending into the depths. Because the staircase was blocked by a mysterious power, they could not detect the auras of Lin Ling and the others. Even Niu Gu, who roughly knew that someone was coming, could not detect this. The aura of an expert. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Ling and the others followed the sound of the water. At first, the staircase could only allow 3 people to walk side by side, but it gradually became wider. When they reached the end, they saw a vast river at the end of the staircase. The river water surged, and the impact was incomparably fierce. Rumble. Standing by the river, the sound was even more deafening. Lin Ling kicked out a stone under his feet, making the stone shoot out like a meteor. It could easily kill an ordinary martial god realm expert. However, when it passed over the river, it was hit by the river and directly turned into powder. What a strong impact. Without the divine embryo body, any martial god realm expert would die here. Lin Ling said in shock. Let me try. Swish. A huge bow and arrow appeared in Little South's hand, and then she shot it. The sound of a phoenix rang out. The arrow turned into a cyan phoenix and flew over the river. This arrow was undoubtedly much more powerful. Even though it was hit by the river water, it was safe and sound, and then it disappeared into the distance. Looking at Little South again, she closed her eyes. Suddenly, an eye opened on her forehead and kept flashing. Seeing this, Lin Ling was secretly surprised. From the previous arrow, it could be seen that Little South's strength was much more powerful than last time. How is it? Swish. After a while, Sui Hua and the others looked at Little South and asked. The river is very wide, and there seems to be danger hidden in it. When the arrow passed over, I sensed several auras. They were all very powerful. Most importantly, my arrow still did not reach the other side of the river. Swish. Little South closed the eye on her forehead and then said with a frown. So wide. Swish. Upon hearing this, Sui Hua and the others frowned. Because according to their map, the divine circle was on the other side of the river. Now, not only was the heavenly Yin River very wide, it was even filled with an unknown aura. So, it was very dangerous to rashly cross the river. Why don't we follow the river and see if there is any place we can cross? Lin Ling immediately suggested. His words made everyone nod in agreement. In a place like the divine realm, all logic would be broken. No matter how strong they were in the 9 prefectures, they were like ants in front of the gods of the past. Therefore, they had to be careful. At once, they walked along the river. However, after walking for a long time, they still didn't see any bridges. Finally, Lin Ling stopped and said, "Let's go through here. This place seems to be a bit narrower than before." Good. Sui Hua and the others also agreed. After all, they didn't know when they would reach the end of this path. Lin Ling looked behind him. There was a bamboo forest there. With a thought, an evil ghost jellyfish floated out. Then, it came over with a few thick bamboos in its mouth. Lin Ling also placed the bamboos on the river surface. We don't know how wide this river is, so let's step on the bamboos to cross the river. After all, if we fly, it will waste realm essence. If we meet a strong enemy, sometimes a little realm essence can save our lives. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Sui Hua and the others laughed. Nyoga laughed and said, "Lin Ling, you are still the best. It seems that you have wandered more outside than us." Upon hearing this, Little South immediately said, "Of course, back in Spirit Light City, it was Lin Ling who led us to escape. The more dangerous Lin Ling is, the calmer he is." Although they were stronger than Lin Ling in terms of experience, Lin Ling was indeed stronger. It could be said that half of the reason why Lin Ling could have his current strength was because he risked his life. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Then he landed on the bamboos. With a move of his feet, the bamboos shot forward like arrows. Upon seeing this, Little South and the others also followed. Swoosh, swoosh. In the pitch-black underground, a few figures quickly passed by. Their speed also reached the speed of 5,000 worlds. However, the pressure in the realm of the gods was very great. Therefore, although it seemed like the speed of 5,000 worlds, it was much slower than usual. But from time to time, river water would soar into the sky like the huge mouth of a demonic beast. Lin Ling had his hands behind his back. His expression was calm. Immediately, a large number of evil ghost jellyfish swam out from behind him and swallowed like locusts. Bang, 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 bang. The surging river water was still roaring. However, after a while, a graceful figure stepped on the bamboos and broke through the water. The fierce river water also scattered in all directions. If one looked carefully, the powerful river water had been mostly swallowed by the evil ghost jellyfish. Only the surface was left. It was just a water film. Lin Ling had just broken through the water when the few figures behind him caught up. With Little South and the others' strength, the fierce river water obviously could not stop them. After all, the fierce river water was only a threat to martial gods without divine fetuses. It did not have much effect on them. However, in terms of graceful means, Lin Ling was undoubtedly the most relaxed among them. Lin Ling has a lot of means. He is not like us, who have to use our ultimate techniques whenever we encounter an attack. The Nyogu said with a smile. That's right. I don't know how Brother Lin Ling cultivates. How can he cultivate so many techniques at once? Unlike me, I'm already dizzy from cultivating just one type of divine fetus. Little South, don't be envious. Lin Ling's foundation is very good. That's why he can cultivate like this. Of course, if Lin Ling only cultivated one divine fetus, his current cultivation realm would definitely be higher than ours. Sui Hua said with a smile. She was not wrong. Lin Ling had 6 stanchions. Although his strength to fight above his level was strong, it also slowed down his cultivation speed by 6 times. Everyone be careful. There is something wrong under the river. At this time, Lin Ling said to everyone with a smile. After he finished speaking, he lightly stomped his foot. A powerful force formed a sound wave that vibrated out. When it landed in the river water, it was like thunder, shocking the pitch-black creatures and causing them to faint. Gurgle. Soon, a large number of black fish floated around Lin Ling. These fish had pitch-black scales and extremely hard teeth. Most importantly, these fish did not have eyes and emitted a ferocious aura. What kind of fish are these? They don't seem to be dead. Little South and the others also used their means to stun all the fish in the river and then said in surprise. With their strength, they could even kill divine beasts. Although they did not use their full strength, it was too strange that these mere fish were not killed. They should be fish from the divine realm. I'm afraid they are somewhat extraordinary. Let's collect some back. The Nyogu smiled honestly and wanted to collect the strange fish around him. Chapter 4207. Yeah, I also sensed the thick corpse aura. Sister Tsuhua also nodded. Let's not. Nyogu had just scooped up a fish and immediately threw it away. After all, they were not martial artists who cultivated death aura, so they still felt some disgust towards these fishes that grew up eating corpses. It's really strange. There's no one left in the divine realm, so why are there these fishes? Little South said curiously. They should be strange fish born from the heavenly river. As for the corpses they eat, they should be the flesh and blood of the gods that were shattered after the battle of the gods. Lin Ling rubbed his chin and said, in fact, if it wasn't for the fact that these fishes are a little smelly, I really want to collect one or two. Brother Lin Ling, let's not. Hearing this, Little South and the others shuddered. Everyone chatted as they walked. After galloping for an hour, they still couldn't see the end of the heavenly river. On the other hand, Little South used her divine embryo and finally saw the riverbank. However, it was still very far away. Moreover, her divine embryo was sharp and could see where the water of the heavenly Yin River flowed to. Therefore, she also used her realm essence to depict the scene she saw in front of her. The surging heavenly Yin River was like a Yin dragon that penetrated the bottom of this continent. After rushing out of the continent, it still turned into a river and galloped in the void. Then, it reached another continent on the far side. It was a magnificent sight. It's just a branch and it's already so powerful. If it was the real heavenly river, it would probably be even bigger. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. Rumble. At this moment, the river water in front of them suddenly exploded. Then, a huge shadow blocked in front of them like a mountain. For you, how dare you barge into the heavenly Yin River? A deafening roar also sounded out. The huge shadow walked forward step by step, causing the river water to explode and gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking carefully, it was a monster. The reason why it was called a monster was because it had 4 limbs of a human and a fish head. Moreover, its long hair was as long as tentacles and constantly danced. The surface of its body was also covered in black scales, but its eyes were like red flames, extremely dazzling in the darkness. What is this? The expressions of Tsuehua and the others changed. Could it be a god that could speak the human language? I am the river god of the heavenly Yin River. When the huge monster heard the voices of Tsuehua and the others, it immediately roared. It held a huge trident in its hand. Then, it fiercely stabbed at Lin Ling and the others. From the looks of it, it didn't have world essence or divine force, but its strength was extremely terrifying, reaching 500,000 world force. However, Lin Ling and the others were not weak. With a slight movement of their bodies, they dodged the river god's fork. Crush. However, the power of the fork was too terrifying. After it pierced into the water, it stirred up a huge whirlpool. Little South's physical body was weaker, so he was slightly slowed down by the impact of the huge river. Soon after, he was entangled by the huge whirlpool. Little South. Seeing this, the expressions of Tsuehua and the others changed. Without another word, they wanted to go back and save Little South. Let me. However, Lin Ling had already rushed forward. In midair, his innate talent fused, and thunder wings appeared. He glided across the water, bringing with him waves of electric snakes. Then, with a grab of his hand, he immediately brought Little South out of the water. How dare you touch me? As a trial taker, Little South was naturally not weak. After being supported by Lin Ling's world essence, a phoenix bow immediately appeared in her hand. Looking at the huge figure, she fiercely shot 3 arrows. Each arrow contained 30 strands of divine force, so in total, it was 90 strands of divine force. Little South was obviously much stronger than when she was in Spirit Light City. After the 3 arrows were shot, the huge river demon let out a furious roar. However, its body was huge, so it didn't retreat a single step. At this moment, Niugu and Zihua also made their moves. They each had 300 strands of divine force. Under the urging of their divine embryos, the 2 attacks landed on the river demon one after another. Bang bang bang. The huge river demon was finally pushed back by the attacks. 300 strands of divine force. This also allowed Lin Ling to see the strength of Niugu and the others. Moreover, Lin Ling guessed that they hadn't used their full strength yet. Damned humans, go to hell. The river demon let out a furious roar. Its fiery red eyes emitted light, forming 2 huge rays that then shot towards Lin Ling and the others. Everyone, be careful. Zihua immediately shouted. She didn't expect that the river demon, other than having a strong physical body, would have such a move. Rumble. The 2 destructive red rays followed the trajectory of Lin Ling and the others and swept across the river, slicing apart the river. However, Lin Ling and the others were extremely fast. As they continued to leap, they managed to avoid the attacks without any mishap. This monster is too powerful. It's actually safe and sound after being hit by one of our attacks. Be careful, its red rays are coming. Lin Ling and the others were temporarily helpless against the river demon. Raise the net. But at this moment, the huge river demon stretched its hands towards the sky. Then, the sound of rushing water could be heard. Within a range of 10,000 miles, the river waters surged like millions of lions. A huge net rushed out from the bottom of the river and slowly shrunk. And in the huge net, Lin Ling and the others were trapped there. When did this beast cast the net? Little South's pupils constricted when he saw the huge net slowly shrinking in the distance. It's its hair. Lin Ling's soul force was very strong. He immediately discovered that the river demon's messy long hair had unknowingly extended to the bottom of the river. It grew rapidly and intertwined with each other to form a huge net. In the net, some strange fish in the river jumped up. However, when they came into contact with the net, they were immediately corroded to death by an unknown force. They floated on the surface of the water and drifted with the river. It's poisonous. Zihua immediately sensed something. Now, there was a terrifying net in all directions. They couldn't escape even if they had wings. The sky has also been sealed. The Niugu looked up and also shouted, "Ah, puny humans, I let you escape earlier. Now you want to get away so easily." The huge river demon let out a hearty laugh. Obviously, many people had flown past here. At first, the river demon didn't react and let them pass. Now that it encountered Lin Ling and the others, it was naturally well prepared. We're really unlucky. Hearing this, Zihua and the others secretly cursed. It's useless to think about this now. We have to break the net. Lin Ling shook his head, and then he gazed at the enormous river demon and said, "Who exactly are you?" "I am the river god." The river demon also looked at Lin Ling. Chapter 4208. You're the one who's spouting nonsense. The river demon also roared, but its eyes were blank. Who am I? It could be seen that it didn't know where it came from. You should be a divine thought that was born after the gods fell. You fused with the strange fish in this river and mutated for thousands of years. Lin Ling guessed. A mere mutated river demon dares to call itself a river god. Go to hell. This seemed to have hit the river demon's sore spot. It seemed to have gone mad as it madly stirred the river, causing a large number of strange fish to die in the river. Lin Ling, we have to break through that strange net quickly. Zihua and the rest had already rushed over and attacked the strange net in one direction. Rumble. Brother Anyo unleashed the big green ox's divine fist. The sound waves exploded and landed on the strange net, pushing the strange net back. However, when the power of the fist disappeared, the strange net spread out again. Although the threads of the strange net were only as thick as a finger, they were extremely tough. As for Little South, she shot phoenix arrows. Those arrows were sharp and shot through the strange net, but they only broke one thread and weren't of much help. Moreover, the strange net quickly recovered. Why is this thing so difficult to deal with? Suehua couldn't help but worry. The strange net couldn't be attacked at close range, only from afar. However, the effect of such a long-range attack wasn't that great. Let me try. At this moment, Lin Ling shot out like an arrow. His palm landed on the hilt of the tyrannical Song sword, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He was sensing. His soul power spread out and touched the strange net like an invisible hand, sensing the patterns. One had to know that everything in the world had patterns. It was these patterns that created everything. Some substances were hard, some substances were soft, and the places where the patterns intersected were always the weak points. Big brother Lin Ling, you're going to crash into it. Seeing Lin Ling shoot out, Little South also shouted anxiously, because Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the monster net. One had to know that the strange net was poisonous. If it wrapped around Lin Ling's body, who knew what would happen? There is a sword from the era of the gods. But at this moment, Lin Ling finally struck out with his sword. The massive sword blade transformed into a blinding light as it gently slashed out. Behind Lin Ling, the headless old man appeared and slashed down with Lin Ling. Although this slash only contained 100 strands of divine power, it contained the purest killing intent and demonic chi. It slashed onto the strange net's patterns. A dazzling spark appeared, and Lin Ling also immediately floated back. At this moment, the vast river suddenly quieted down. Everyone was staring at the result of that sword strike. Even the river demon was the same. Swoosh. A moment later, a hole was forcibly torn open in the strange net, and it was continuously breaking apart. What? The river demon immediately shouted in shock. Suehua and the rest were overjoyed. However, just as they were about to use the hole to escape, the river demon sneered. Trying to escape? Dream on. Rise. Following its voice, 2 more layers of the strange net rushed out from the bottom of the river outside the strange net. Not only did it seal the previous hole, but it also became stronger. Bastard, this guy actually had a backup plan. Seeing this, Little South and the rest could not help but curse. If they wanted to escape the strange net now, they would have to break through 3 layers of the strange net, which was 3 times more difficult than before. There's no time to think. Everyone attack with all your might. However, Suehua and the rest knew that now was not the time to curse, so they did not hold back and unleashed their full strength. A colorful light appeared outside Little South's body, and a pair of wings grew out from her back. These wings were extremely dazzling, making her look as if she had transformed into a peacock king. Looking at Suehua, her body revealed streaks of colored glaze light, which wrapped around her like ribbons. Then, a pair of transparent wings rushed out. Behind her, a jade cicada that seemed to be formed from jade appeared. As for Nyogu, he also unleashed his full strength. Then, the 3 of them unleashed a fierce attack in the same direction. Rumble. With the 3 of them attacking, even the 9 states' martial gods would not dare to take their attacks head-on. They directly turned the heavenly river upside down. Lin Ling, hurry up and help. While they were frantically attacking, Suehua saw that Lin Ling was in a daze, and she could not help but feel angry. Could it be that Lin Ling was in a daze because of the blow he received? One must know that the strange net was constantly shrinking. Once it successfully shrank, all of them would die. Now was not the time to be in a daze. However, Lin Ling still did not move. His brows were tightly knitted, and no one knew what he was thinking. This made Suehua and the rest very anxious. However, they could not care about Lin Ling and could only continue to attack in front of them. At this moment, Lin Ling finally moved. However, he did not pay attention to Suehua and the rest. Instead, he flew toward the river demon in the distance. Hee, are you here to die? The river demon also saw Lin Ling. Not only was it not afraid, it even sneered. With its strength, it knew that Lin Ling could not hurt it at all. I'm not here to die. I'm just threatening you. Lin Ling did not stop as he spoke coldly. Go ahead and try. Let me remind you, if you get too close to me, you might die. Because I'm very cruel. The river demon raised the river god's trident in its hand and stabbed it toward Lin Ling. Rumble. The void exploded as the ferocious river god's trident attacked Lin Ling at a terrifying speed. With Lin Ling's current strength, it was impossible for him to block it. However, Lin Ling did not intend to block it. With a flap of the wings behind him, Lin Ling moved in a beautiful arc and narrowly avoided the river god's trident. After flying left and right, Lin Ling finally appeared above the river demon's head. The river demon was shocked. At the same time, Cui Hua and the rest saw Lin Ling's actions and were all shocked. However, Cui Hua and the rest shook their heads. They had fought with the river demon before and knew that the river demon's body was very strong. They could not hurt it at all. Lin Ling's goal should be to capture the leader first. However, they had already thought of this idea. They just felt that it was impossible. They are smarter than you. Sensing that Lin Ling was standing on its head, the river demon was not afraid at all. Instead, it revealed its fangs and smiled. Do you think that I can't hurt you? At this moment, Lin Ling also spoke in a cold voice. It's not that I think, it's really impossible. The river demon nodded. Then let's try. Lin Ling stretched out his palm and slammed it toward the giant head under his feet. This time, he did not use his physical strength, realm essence, or divine power. Instead, he used his soul power. Chapter 4209. With Lin Ling's palm as the center, a mysterious power gushed out wildly. Ah! The river demon had a look of disdain, but its soul was struck by a heavy blow, causing it to scream in pain. Its hands were constantly rubbing its head and shaking crazily. Stop your strange net. Seeing this, Lin Ling immediately ordered coldly. In your dreams. The river demon roared and waved its hands wildly, trying to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had already sensed it. He flapped his wings and dodged it. At the same time, he pushed his soul power to the maximum. The river demon was too big, so he had to get close to the river demon to use the soul attack. If he was far away, the effect would be reduced by half. Moreover, he had used the art of beast taming, but he still couldn't completely control the river demon. This showed how fierce the river demon was. Of course, although he couldn't control it, he could still threaten it. Ouch, 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 and you're dead. The river demon had a splitting headache and chased after Lin Ling crazily. Lin Ling kept flying like an agile bee. At the same time, he ordered coldly, "Stop your strange net." The two of them seemed to be in a race against time. Would the river demon be defeated first, or would Lin Ling be trapped in the net first? At this moment, Cui Hua and the rest stopped attacking. They finally knew Lin Ling's goal. However, they didn't expect Lin Ling to have the means to threaten the river demon. And now, they couldn't do anything. Everything depended on Lin Ling. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening roar sounded. The river demon knelt down and spat out mouthfuls of blood, dyeing the Tianyin River red. Spare me, spare me. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. After the river demon vomited blood, it finally let out a weak cry. Then, without waiting for Lin Ling's instructions, it untied the strange net around it. When he saw this, Lin Ling withdrew his soul force a little. He was secretly relieved because his soul force had reached its limit. If the river demon had persisted for a little longer, then Lin Ling would have been defeated. After seeing the strange net sink to the bottom of the water, Little South and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. Recalling the scene from before, they immediately felt like they had survived a disaster. They had never imagined that they would almost lose their lives while searching for the divine circle. The deity realm was indeed filled with danger at every step. You're too awesome. You're obviously not strong, but you have soul power. Scoundrel! When the river demon realized that its head was no longer hurting, it immediately complained. Lin Ling was speechless, but he still said coldly, "Take us across the river." This heavenly Yin River was so wide that no one could guarantee that there would not be any dangers ahead. For safety reasons, it was best to let the river demon protect them across the river. But you're not allowed to use your soul power to suppress me. The river demon did not hesitate and immediately agreed. It could be seen that it was also tortured beyond recognition by soul power. It was so strong that normal soul power had no effect on it at all. However, It just had to meet a human whose soul power was so strong that it defied the natural order. Bang bang bang. Then, the river demon carried the river god's trident and opened up a path ahead. Big brother Lin Ling, good job. Little South flew toward Lin Ling and smiled excitedly. Nyogu and the others also ran over happily and looked at Lin Ling gratefully. They knew that they owed Lin Ling their lives. Let's go. Lin Ling did not say much and followed the huge figure in front of them. Along the way, they indeed encountered many strange river demon. There was a huge clam the size of a mountain. Its shell opened up and a huge suction force poured out, sucking in all the water of the heavenly Yin River. If not for the river demon, Lin Ling and the others would have had to fight a tough battle. The river demon snorted and strode forward. It forcefully tore the clam into two halves. After that, it took out the smelly meat and ate it. It even asked Lin Ling and the others if they wanted some. Lin Ling and the others naturally waved their hands. The clam had eaten so much rotten meat that they could not eat it. Other than the clam, there were also huge black crabs and so on. In short, the monsters in this bottomless heavenly river were incomparably strong. Compared to these monsters, Lin Ling and the others were as small as mosquitoes. Let's go this way. There's a demon dragon over there. It's very powerful. Even I'm no match for it. Other than that, the vast heavenly Yin River had monsters that even the river demon was wary of. Therefore, it was a competent guide and led Lin Ling and the others to take a detour to avoid some of the threats. Seeing this, Lin Ling took out a flask of wine and rewarded the river demon at the same time. Good, 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 good. After the river demon drank it, it immediately roared happily and looked at Lin Ling with greedy eyes. Lead the way obediently. There's plenty of wine. Lin Ling immediately scolded it jokingly. But the river demon rushed forward casually. When the ancient continent vaguely appeared in front of them, the river demon finally stopped. Then, it scooped up a large amount of black sludge in its hand. In the sludge, there was a clear spring. Divine spring. Lin Ling's pupils contracted instantly. That's right, divine spring. The river demon smiled and nodded. Then, it asked tentatively, how about exchanging wine with divine spring? 10 jugs of wine for 1 divine spring. 10 jugs of wine? Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes widened. Too much? The river demon scratched the back of its head awkwardly and said, how about 5 jugs? 5 jugs? This time, it was Little South and the others' turn to be shocked. It's still too much. However, the river demon thought that its price was too high and immediately said, 1 jug, no less. 1 jug of wine for 1 divine spring? Although this divine spring couldn't be compared to the divine springs in the 9 states and was polluted by the river water, it was still a rare treasure. If the cultivators of the 9 states knew about this, they would probably exchange an entire river of wine for the divine spring. No, it should be 100. There was no reason for Lin Ling not to agree. He couldn't wait to exchange all the wine for the divine spring. But there are still some nearby. I'll find some for you. However, there are some annoying aquatic plants under the river. They're also very powerful, so it's a little troublesome. The river demon smiled excitedly. It immediately dived into the river and began to fish. Next, a pool of divine spring floated up, accompanied by some hair-like aquatic plants. Among the thick hair, one could vaguely see the head of a person. The aquatic plants were growing out from the head. Thinking about it, this must be the annoying aquatic plants that the river demon was talking about. So disgusting. Little South frowned. It was clearly aquatic plants, but it had a human head. It seemed that after countless years, the river demon of this heavenly Yin River had mutated. After a long time, a total of 15 divine springs floated on the river surface. They flowed with the waves like pearls. Chapter 42:10. Lin Ling smiled and divided the divine spring among himself. Then, he threw all the wine he had to the river demon. Wow, so much! When Lin Ling spilled all the wine, the river demon was undoubtedly very happy. It danced with joy and kept the wine carefully, hiding it in its hair. Okay, thank you for your help along the way. Lin Ling said to the river demon. After interacting with it for a while, he felt that the river demon was quite cute. Next time, remember to bring wine. I'll find more divine springs for you. The river demon waved goodbye and dived into the river. Lin Ling and Little South looked at each other, then ran toward the shore. Of the 15 divine springs, Little South and the other 2 each took 9, while Lin Ling took 6. Originally, Little South and the others were embarrassed to accept it. After all, they didn't contribute much during the whole process. However, Lin Ling forced them to accept it. That was his personality. He was never stingy to his friends. The divine circle is almost there. At that moment, Little South cried out in surprise. Everyone looked over and immediately saw a mysterious light shoot up into the sky in front of the distant land. Even though it was far away, they could see it clearly. We're finally here. Everyone was excited. Then they sped up and reached the shore. The shore was made of unknown green bricks. It was like a broken land of ruins. When everyone stepped on the green bricks, they suddenly felt like they had been reborn. They rushed forward along the ground. However, when they got closer to the light, they realized that there were many people near the divine circle. Moreover, some people saw Lin Ling and the others and immediately flew toward them. Anyo, Suihua Little South, Lin Ling. A voice sounded at the same time. Then, 3 figures stood in front of Lin Ling and the others. The 3 of them were wearing heavy armor and looked like soldiers of the gods. Rings of divine power were released from their bodies. They were extremely powerful. In terms of cultivation level, they were at the peak of the martial god realm. However, in terms of combat strength, the 3 of them should be extremely powerful. Who are you people? Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the 3 of them. We're from the Titanic Crescent God. One of the men said coldly, you've obtained a lot of divine springs. As the saying goes, those who see it will get a share. You must give us 15 divine springs. 15 divine springs. One had to know that Lin Ling and the others only had 15 divine springs. They wanted all of them. What a joke. We only have 15 divine springs of divine springs. Suihua could not help but laugh. Since that's the case, each of you can keep one and the rest will be ours. The man spoke again, his face expressionless. We came earlier than you, so everyone who saw it has a share. Everyone has a share? This time, Lin Ling laughed. These people had come here first and awakened the monsters in the river. Lin Ling and the others followed behind them as if they were cleaning up after them. Lin Ling and the others had not settled the score yet. Of course, Lin Ling and the others had come later than them. If they encountered any trouble, they could only blame it on their bad luck. However, they had obtained the treasures and put them in their own pockets. They did not have a share. Not even a strand of hair. Get lost. Lin Ling was too lazy to talk to them. He directly asked them to get lost. However, the 3 of them were not angry. They were still expressionless. The man in the lead said, My name is Di Ba, the divine general of the Titanic Crescent God. Now that you refuse to hand over the divine springs, you are provoking the Titanic Crescent God. If there are any consequences, can you bear them? We know that you are the trial takers. That's why we are so polite. If it were anyone else, we would have attacked. Another person said. The last person nodded. You trial takers are strong, but compared to the divine generals, you are still a bit weaker. If you don't want to make things difficult for the gods behind you, you better hand over the divine springs. Otherwise, it will be difficult for everyone to talk. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed again. He was too lazy to say anything else. Instead, he looked at Suihua and said, Sister Suihua, what do you think? Cui Hua and Little Nan smiled and said, I've heard that the Titanic Crescent God's people are tyrannical. Now that I've seen it for myself, it is indeed extraordinary. However, you're right, we don't want to have a bad relationship with the Titanic Crescent God, but if you push it too far, then we'll just have to break all pretenses. I am speaking on behalf of the Curishan. Are we really going to have a falling out? Very well. Lin Ling, what are you saying on behalf of Lei Gong? The 3 people's eyes turned cold, and one of them looked at Lin Ling. Ha, I am not speaking on behalf of Lei Gong. I only want to say that you have 3 breaths of time to consider. Scram immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for attacking you. Lin Ling was not so easy to talk to. Although the Titanic Crescent God was not someone he could offend, Lin Ling was dreaming if he thought that he would obediently surrender just because of his name. 1, 2, 3. Then, Lin Ling called out the number and attacked right after he finished speaking. Bang! Lin Ling shot forward and fused his innate talents. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. You're crazy! Seeing Lin Ling's decisive attack, the three of them were clearly unable to react in time. After all, anyone who met the Titanic Crescent God would give him some face. However, not only did Lin Ling not say anything, he also attacked. Armor upgrade. The person at the front crossed his arms and the power of divinity gushed out, forming a gray shield armor in front of him. The shield armor emitted a dazzling light and looked extremely extraordinary. Clang! Lin Ling's sword slashed out, causing the shield armor to shake violently. The man holding the shield was shocked. He did not expect Lin Ling's sword to be so strong. He had only heard of Lin Ling's name and did not take it to heart. In fact, with Lin Ling's current strength, he was barely qualified to be remembered by the four gods. The man was sent flying, and he almost lost his grip on the shield. At this moment, Lin Ling threw the tyrannical song sword in his hand and raised his palms. Flames like lanterns floated out. 3,000 great heavenly flames. Then he continued to attack. The heavenly flames shot out like meteors, their speed and power reaching a terrifying level. Seeing this, the man's expression changed. He did not expect Lin Ling's attack to be so relentless. He did not even give him a chance to breathe. He immediately placed the shield in front of him in an attempt to block Lin Ling's attack. Bang! 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 The shield shook violently as it was struck by the great heavenly flames. Meanwhile, the arm of the man holding the shield was gradually going numb. Bang! In the end, the shield was knocked away. Then, a large amount of heavenly flames with the power of divinity bombarded the man's body, sending him flying and crashing into the god's circle in the distance. Chapter 42:11. Looking at the other two men, one of them was also sent flying while the other was hit by Niu Ji's great green bull divine fist and smashed into the ground not far from the god's circle. There were quite a number of people at the edge of the god's circle. When they saw the three people who were sent flying, their eyes flickered slightly. These people were all so powerful that they were heaven-defying. Just by standing there quietly, they were like heavenly gods. Even though Lin Ling and the others had exploded with powerful strength, it only made their eyes flicker slightly. They were not moved at all. Lei Gong's men. That's Lin Ling, right? Yes. The others are Curishan's men. They are An Yo, Suihua, and Little South. Staring at Lin Ling and the others, these people also let out low voices. Although it was the first time they had seen each other, they were all God's men after all. Therefore, they could recognize each other immediately. Lin Ling, what do you mean by this? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. One of the men wearing heavy armor looked at Lin Ling indifferently and said. However, Lin Ling and the other three who were approaching them did not pay attention to the man at all. Instead, they looked at the crowd. They realized that there were about 100 people here. There were God's men, trial takers, and the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Eternal martial god. Tsuiwa's eyes flickered slightly as she stared at a short and fat man. The man was wearing a gorgeous long robe and his body was fat. He did not look like an expert at all. Instead, he looked like a rich and powerful man. However, Suihua knew that this person was one of the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. In addition to the eternal martial god, there were 2 other martial gods. These 2 people were Lin Ling's acquaintances. One of them was martial god Rippling Wave, whom he had met not long ago in the demon forest. This person was the rising star who replaced martial god Qilin. The other person was an acquaintance. He was the unrestrained sword martial god. Moreover, the unrestrained sword martial god smiled at Lin Ling and Lin Ling returned the smile. Looking again, he was not familiar with the others. However, it seemed that each of the gods had a trial taker here. Of course, the Curishan had the most because Tsuihua and the others. There were 3 of them. On the god of thunder's side, there was only Sister Zhen. This surprised Lin Ling's Sister Zhen was also a confidant of Lei Gong. However, there was another possibility, and that was that Big Sister Zhen had found out about the divine circle through other means, so she had come straight here. For a moment, Lin Ling did not know what the gods were thinking. As for the trial takers from the Titanic Crescent god's side, Lin Ling could see that there were 3 of them because of the heavy armor they were wearing. It seems that the divine circles are also divided into different levels. The stronger the trial challengers, the more powerful the divine circles they go to. That's why those top trial challengers haven't appeared here. And with the limits of our strength, this divine circle is undoubtedly the best. That's right. Suehua guessed and Lin Ling nodded in agreement. I asked you a question. Did you hear me? At this time, the man in heavy armor shouted again. Who do you think you are? Why should I answer you? Lin Ling stared at the man. Although he sensed the hostility of many people, he knew that they did not dare to act rashly because of Lei Gong's status. Who do I think I am? The man raised his eyebrows and did not say anything else. He stretched out one hand and the gray armor wriggled out. Rays of dazzling light flowed along his arm and formed a terrifying light wave in his palm that shot towards Lin Ling. If one looked closely, one would see that the divine energy had reached 100 rays. As a trial taker, the divine energy he possessed was not simple. However, he did not dare to kill Lin Ling in one move. He only wanted to teach him a lesson. Seeing this, Lin Ling's face turned cold. He mobilized all of his realm essence and stretched out both hands. Lanterns of the human monarch's flame appeared and were shot out by him. Boom, boom, boom. The human monarch's flame and the dazzling light collided, forming a strong wind that turned the surrounding ruins' ancient walls into fine powder. However, the powerhouses present were still like immovable wisdom kings, standing there quietly without moving. Boom. With a final boom, the attacks from both sides completely disappeared. No one gained the upper hand. The man's eyes narrowed. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so powerful. This was because he had only heard of Lin Ling's name. In the trial taker circle, Lin Ling was not considered a strong opponent. Lin Ling was also surprised by the opponent's strength. This person had only used a casual move, but Lin Ling had to use the 3,000 great heavenly flames. If this person used his full strength, then even if Lin Ling used his full strength, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. However, compared to Lin Ling's surprise, the people present were even more shocked. Especially those from the Titanic Crescent God sect. Their eyes flashed. They did not expect that this unknown Lin Ling's strength could not be underestimated. Lin Ling apologized to Sister. At this time, Sister Zhen suddenly said, Why should I apologize? Lin Ling also looked at Sister Zhen and said, he had once ended things with Sister Zhen, and they had a grudge against each other. However, that grudge disappeared with the wind after that. Therefore, he did not expect that Sister Zhen would speak up for an outsider at this moment. If you don't apologize, then you have offended the Titanic Crescent God sect. Sister Zhen coldly said. On the surface, she and Lin Ling were at peace, but in reality, she had been unhappy with Lin Ling for a long time. It was just that she hid it well. What does it have to do with you whether I offend the Titanic Crescent God sect or not? Could it be that you think you are the Thunder God? Lin Ling retorted. Sister Zhen clenched her teeth, but she did not say anything else. She coldly said, You brought this trouble on yourself. When the time comes, you have to deal with it yourself. Let's see how you explain it to Lei Gong. Whether I explain it to Lei Gong or not is my business. You just do your own thing. Meddling in other people's business will not end well. Sister Zhen's cold tone made Lin Ling no longer give her any face. He coldly snorted. Sister Zhen's face turned ugly, and she ignored Lin Ling. You are Lin Ling. When Di was about to speak, another expert looked at Lin Ling. He was the eternal martial god, ranked 5th among the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. Yes, I am. Lin Ling also looked at him and calmly replied. You have courage. The eternal martial god smiled and did not say anything. However, his eyes flashed with a strange light. He did not know whether this person was a friend or a foe. If you have something to say, just say it. If not, don't disturb me. Chapter 42:12. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the corners of many people's mouths curled into a cold smile, and they all fell silent. It was obvious that they were not hostile to Lin Ling, but they did not put Lin Ling in their eyes. However, Lin Ling's background was strong, so they were a little afraid of him. In addition, Lin Ling had Zihua and the other two, who were not weak. If they attacked, they might not be able to gain the upper hand. Lin Ling. In the crowd, Long Yang's eyes flickered as she stood in the crowd in an extremely low-key manner. Then, everyone withdrew their gazes and looked indifferently at the god ring in the distance. The god ring sat on the ground and was about 5 meters in size. Light shot up into the sky, and it was extremely mysterious. Everyone had been here for a long time, but they did not act rashly. This was because someone had tried to enter the god ring before, but the result was that he was destroyed by the god ring. Therefore, before they understood the characteristics of the god ring, they did not dare to act rashly. Logically speaking, the gods should not have lied to us. But why did that person die? Someone asked doubtfully. I think that person's divine fetus was an acquired divine fetus, so he was not recognized by the god ring and died. Someone else said. It sounds like that is indeed a possibility, because the god said that this divine ring is used to seal gods. If it was a god back then it can restore a portion of the god's power. If it wasn't a god back then it can stimulate the divine embryo through the divine ring and raise the divine embryo's level. And the divine embryo that is stimulated is acquired. The rank of the divine fetus is too weak. Only the Xiantian realm can do it. The ancient martial god rubbed his chin and said, however, it is still a guess. Why don't you let the one with the innate divine fetus try? Lin Ling, the 4 of you are the last to arrive. Let one of you try. Di suddenly looked at Lin Ling and said. He was obviously still holding a grudge about what had happened before. Scram. Scram. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not give him any face and directly told him to scram. However, Sui Hua and the others weren't the type to be bullied. She sneered and said, your titanic crescent god has more people, you should send someone to try. And if I don't? Di immediately looked at Sui Hua and the others with contempt. Then let's fight. Otherwise, cut the crap. Nyogu also shouted loudly, if you have the ability, we don't want the divine pendant anymore, let's fight to the death. Do you dare? Hearing this, Di suddenly clenched his fists, but he suddenly thought of something and endured it. He obviously couldn't give up on the divine circle. Of course, the others wouldn't agree either. Di, don't talk nonsense. If you keep delaying like this, I don't know how long it will take. In my opinion, you'd better let them come out. Although he wasn't happy with Lin Ling's arrogance, it was obvious that he had more important matters to attend to. Di Shiba, you go. Hearing this, Di finally compromised. Although he didn't want to let his own people go out to test, he knew that no one wanted to waste time unless he dared to go against everyone's will. The expert called Di Shiba didn't hesitate. Like a black giant, he walked step by step towards the divine circle. At this moment, everyone narrowed their eyes, wanting to know the result. After Di Shiba entered, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. What's going on? This caused everyone's eyes to narrow. This was because there were people who went to test it before, but they didn't disappear. Instead, they turned into powder. Looks like it worked. Sword God of Freedom suddenly thought of something and then smiled excitedly. Those who don't have an innate godly embryo can't enter the divine circle and can only turn into dust. On the other hand, those who have an innate godly embryo will definitely go to another secret realm after entering the divine circle and then become gods. The ancient martial god also guessed as he laughed. Sure enough, after waiting for half an hour, the divine circle began to condense into a human shape. Then the cold Di Shiba walked back. However, his face was filled with excitement. With each step he took, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. This caused everyone to feel that Di Shiba's strength had greatly increased. A second-grade innate godly embryo. Someone exclaimed in shock. A second-grade innate godly embryo was extremely rare even among the gods nowadays. Who would have thought that a 10th-grade divine paladin would be able to soar in the divine circle and surpass many experts? The investiture of the gods in the 9 prefectures was truly extraordinary. In just an instant, many people's eyes were filled with burning light. They couldn't wait to rush into the divine circle and be reborn. "I'll do it." At this moment, an unknown expert took the lead and shot over. "You're courting death." The others immediately shouted angrily. They didn't know who that expert came with, but he didn't follow the rules. However, as soon as this person rushed into the divine circle, his body became illusory and then turned into powder. Then, he drifted away with the wind. What's going on? That person has an innate godly embryo. This scene also caused the excited people to be shocked. Their thoughts of becoming stronger suddenly became cautious. Because according to their guesses, only acquired godly embryos were dangerous. Could it be that this divine circle also depends on luck to increase one's talent? For a moment, many people frowned. Fortune comes from danger. I'll do it. Of course, in order to become stronger, many people were willing to risk it. Then he shot into the divine circle. Next, he disappeared into the divine circle. When he reappeared, his talent had also increased by 1 grade. Haha, I did it. That person was undoubtedly very excited. After he opened the door, the others no longer hesitated and entered the divine circle. However, they didn't encounter any danger. Instead, their talent had greatly increased. This caused everyone to be completely at ease. Then they all smiled in faith. Because 1 grade increase shouldn't be underestimated. For martial artists, a grade increase in godly embryo meant that one's potential had doubled. For example, if the power of a god was born, it would be stronger than before. The boundary essence unleashed by his innate talent was also twice as powerful as his usual attacks. Most importantly, with an increase in potential, the chances of becoming a god would also greatly increase. One should know that in the current JoJo, there were very few martial artists who could successfully break through to the martial god realm. There was always a great calamity in the unseen world that stopped them. After experiencing many breakthroughs, many martial artists at the peak of the martial god realm knew that talent played an 80% role in entering the god realm. Therefore, many powerful martial artists wanted to increase their talent, break through the human limit, and completely become a god. Taking a step back, even if they couldn't completely become a god, their strength would still increase by leaps and bounds. Back when Lin Ling fought with Han Xie, the latter was a second-grade godly embryo. Lin Ling had to use his full strength to defeat him. From this, one could see the benefits of a second-grade godly embryo. Chapter 42:13. As far as she knew, it was difficult for a martial god to increase one's boundary essence or talent. However, there was such a cheating tool in the world that could increase one's talent in the blink of an eye. This divine ring is stronger than the spirit nation's cultivation. However, Lin Ling shook his head. In the spirit nation's cultivation, one's talent could only be of one attribute. This attribute was also related to the spirit nation. However, the divine ring could increase any attribute. While they were talking, a person walked out of the divine ring all of a sudden. Then, a powerful aura burst out. Divine aura. This divine aura was different from the divine aura that Lin Ling and the others had comprehended. It had a different kind of power, but it was incomparably powerful. It's the light of a lower god. Someone exclaimed in shock. The person who walked out of the divine ring was surrounded by a ring of divine light. Not only did it provide a powerful defense, but it also gave birth to a majestic aura that could crush all divine embryos. Lower god. This meant that this person had returned to the divine position. Moreover, the people noticed that this person's talent had increased by quite a lot. It was at least a second-grade divine embryo. In addition to his original talent, his talent had reached the third-grade divine embryo. Haha. That person looked up to the sky and laughed. He crazily activated his boundary essence, causing the ground to shake and the ruins around him to be eroded. This person was one of the top 10 martial gods in JoJo, The eternal martial god. I didn't expect this person to be a god in the past. Now that he has become a god, he has returned to the divine position. Many people knew why the eternal martial god had brought about such a change. Don't be impatient. There must be many gods among you. They will return to their divine positions soon. The eternal martial god withdrew his aura and walked over step by step. Looking at his smiling face, the people were incomparably jealous. Let me try. At this moment, another expert shot into the divine ring. This time, it was the unrestrained sword martial god. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for the unrestrained sword martial god's transformation. Although the eternal martial god seemed to be magnanimous, his eyes were filled with jealousy. Obviously, he did not think that the unrestrained sword martial god was the reincarnation of a god. Boom. After a while, when the unrestrained sword martial god's body appeared in the divine ring again, a powerful divine light also spread out. Another god had returned to the throne. Let me try. Mirage Wave martial god immediately charged over when he saw that both of the 10 great martial gods had obtained good gains. After a while, his body didn't emit any godly light. His talent only increased by 1 level. Damn it. The rippling Mirage martial god was infuriated when he walked out. Upon seeing this, the unrestrained sword martial god and the ancient martial god burst into laughter. Their laughter was filled with schadenfreude. After that, the others also rushed into the divine ring. When it was Di Yi's turn, everyone was looking forward to it because Di was a trial tester. Bastard. However, after he came out, there was no divine light on his body. It was obvious that he had only increased his talent. Back then, he was not considered a deity. One had to know that if a deity was reincarnated, there would be many benefits. They might be able to regain their memories and learn the cultivation method they had learned in the past. It was even possible for them to completely return to being a deity. Not being a god meant that his potential was limited. Then, Sister Zhen couldn't hold back the anticipation in her heart and also gave it a try. However, the result was that she wasn't a god either. Without a doubt, she was so angry that her face was twisted. Among all the trial testers, Longyang's improvement was the most powerful. Her body had produced 2 divine lights. Could it be that she is the reincarnation of an intermediate deity? This time, everyone was silent. Moreover, because of the divine lights, Longyang's divine fetus had increased by 3 grades. After Longyang walked out of the divine ring, her face was filled with unconcealable joy. However, when she sensed the strange gazes from all around her, her expression changed slightly. Naturally, she could sense the hostile gazes from the crowd. After all, no one wanted others to be above them. If they had the chance, they would rather kill them. Of course, if only one person had such thoughts, that person wouldn't dare to act rashly. However, many people had such thoughts. Let's leave first. Longyang's eyes flashed. Without saying anything, she turned around and left. However, someone stopped her. Longyang, after you entered the divine ring, what did you see? The person who spoke was Di. Obviously, he wanted to harm Longyang and was just looking for an excuse to do so. It's none of your business. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. Di turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was Lin Ling. What she saw in the divine ring is her business. Don't you think you're being too long-winded by asking her that? Lin Ling looked directly at Di and said mercilessly. Then he looked at Longyang and said, Longyang, come to my side. Although he didn't get along with Longyang, it was obvious that he didn't get along with Di even more. Okay. Longyang was eager to find a backer, so she immediately went to Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling, do you have to offend me? Seeing Longyang run toward Lin Ling, Di felt that he couldn't put down his pride. He stared coldly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of him at all and continued to stare at him. However, Di endured it in the end because he felt that Lin Ling was truly not afraid of him. He was even more unscrupulous than Zuhua and the others. Lin Ling, I'll try. Little South smiled and said to Lin Ling. She also knew that Lin Ling was now considered the leader among them. Go. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Then, he watched as Little South ran toward the divine ring. However, at this moment, another person ran toward the divine ring. This person was unfamiliar and wasn't one of the 4 great deities. He seemed to have followed the 10 martial gods of Jojo. Get lost. That person had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Seeing that someone was fighting with him, he immediately let out an angry roar. After that, powerful realm energy appeared on his palm, and he slapped it toward Xiaonan. However, Xiaonan wasn't weak at all. She pointed out with her finger, and a large amount of divine energy surged out and destroyed that person's palm strike. Moreover, it even transformed into an arrow that shot towards that person, causing him to let out a muffled groan and take over a dozen steps back. "How dare you touch my people?" Seeing this, a furious voice came from a city wall in the distance. Then, he immediately pounced toward Little South. Upon closer inspection, he was actually martial god Ripple Mirage. His strength wasn't weak at all. He was even stronger than Little South. He grabbed out with his palm and circles of blue light waves appeared. Moreover, there were a large number of illusions within the light waves. There were demons, ghosts, the sun, the moon, and stars. Little South, go in. Don't pay attention to him. At this moment, Lin Ling, who had been paying attention to his surroundings, made a sound. Then, he held his sword and slashed at the light wave in midair. Brother Anyo also understood and threw a punch in front of him. Crush. The terrifying sound wave fist and Lin Ling's sword collided with martial god Ripple Mirage's attack. Chapter 42:14. When Little South saw this, he immediately turned a blind eye and entered the divine circle. He had incomparable trust in Lin Ling and then disappeared without a trace. Lin Ling. Seeing that his attack was blocked, martial god Ripple Mirage was undoubtedly angered to the point that his face turned green. He had yet to take revenge for last time, and now Lin Ling had come to provoke him again. Little South went in first. You guys came later. It's fine if you came later, but you even dared to attack Little South. You guys broke the rules first. Lin Ling floated in the air and looked at martial god Ripple Mirage fearlessly. The surrounding people gasped. They never imagined that Lin Ling would be so arrogant. After provoking he even dared to provoke martial god Ripple Mirage. How could they know that Lin Ling and martial god Ripple Mirage already had enmity? Even if Lin Ling didn't attack him, martial god Ripple Mirage would attack Lin Ling sooner or later. So, why should Lin Ling give him face? This divine circle is shared. Could it be that you think everyone is an idiot? Martial god Ripple Mirage suddenly looked at everyone and said indifferently. He wasn't stupid. He knew that Lin Ling had a few experts on his side. If they joined forces, he wouldn't be a match at all. So, he thought of a way to make Lin Ling infuriate everyone. In fact, a third of the powerhouses present did not see eye to eye with Lin Ling. Of course, there was also a portion of people who remained neutral. However, his wishful thinking was obviously going to fail. Because the unrestrained sword martial god, who had been quietly observing the surroundings, said with a smile at this moment, "Martial god Ripple Mirage, you're one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Although Lin Ling and the others are trial takers, they're also rising stars. Could it be that letting them win would make you lose a piece of flesh?" These words also caused the restless people to stop casually attacking for a moment. They obviously noticed that the unrestrained sword martial god was standing on Lin Ling's side. Rumble. At this moment, Little South, who had disappeared in the divine circle, reappeared. Then, a powerful divine light descended. It was actually the same as Longyang's divine light. Countless people gasped, and their eyes were filled with envy. "Ha, brother Lin Ling, I broke through." After Little South walked out, he immediately shouted in surprise. Lin Ling and the others were also happy for Little South. Then Lin Ling said to Cuehua, "Sister Cuehua, you can go now." "All right." Cuehua was not pretentious, because she knew that no matter what trouble she encountered, Lin Ling would lead the others to protect her. Then, Cuehua entered the divine circle. She appeared again under the expectant gazes of countless people. At the same time, her body was filled with divine light. Although it was not comparable to Little South and Longyang, it was the same as the ancient martial god and the others. Next up was Nyogu. However, to everyone's disappointment, he was not the reincarnation of a god. He had merely improved his talent. Brother Lin Ling, it's your turn. Then, Little South and the others looked at Lin Ling and said. Even Long Yang had a look of anticipation because she had returned to the position of a medium god. She estimated that Lin Ling was definitely not much weaker than her. Lin Ling nodded and released the giant ghost. He immediately walked towards the divine circle. In fact, Lin Ling was not too sure whether he was the reincarnation of a god or not. Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling walk towards the divine circle, many people's eyes flickered. Should we stop him? Now, Lin Ling seems to be the leader of Little South's side. If we stop him, with Little South's intelligence, I'm afraid they won't know what to do. A voice transmission quietly reached Di Yi's ears. Hearing this, Di Yi's eyes flickered. Although Lin Ling's strength was not as strong as Cui Hua and the others, his boldness and knowledge surpassed these people. He could take charge of an area alone and dared to do what these people did not dare to do. Therefore, he was the leader of Cui Hua and the others. If Di Yi stopped Lin Ling, as long as he could injure Lin Ling, then Cui Hua and the others would not be able to cause any trouble. Wait, this Lin Ling is cunning. He probably hid his strength when he fought with me earlier. So, after he enters the divine circle, we'll find a way to attack the divine circle. After pondering for a while, Di said calmly, "That's a good plan." The people around him immediately nodded secretly. In fact, it was not only him. Even the other experts were getting restless. Among them was martial god Ripple Mirage. However, when he saw that the others were keeping silent, he also decided to wait and see. With no one stopping him, Lin Ling successfully entered the divine circle. As soon as he stepped in, a strange feeling enveloped him. Rumble. Then, the 5-meter-wide divine circle began to shake. What's going on? This caused Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. When he was about to do something, he suddenly felt a huge suction force enveloping his body and pulling him in a certain direction. Most importantly, this suction force did not come from one direction but from countless directions. This caused his body to become illusory and gradually turned into fine powder, dissipating in the divine circle. What? Such a strange scene undoubtedly shocked everyone. This was because they had thought that Lin Ling might have a divine fetus that had advanced by 1 grade. They had also thought that Lin Ling would return to the deity position. They had also thought that Lin Ling would be a medium deity. However, they had never thought that Lin Ling would turn into nothingness. This meant that Lin Ling was the same as the 2 people who had died earlier. He was not recognized by the divine circle. How is this possible? While everyone was still in shock, a loud roar suddenly exploded. The person who had shouted was the unrestrained sword martial god. This was because he was very familiar with Lin Ling. Lin Ling had 2 divine fetus and they were both innate deities. Therefore, it was impossible for the divine circle to destroy him. This was too strange. He died just like that. You really made me worry for nothing. Compared to the shock of the unrestrained sword martial god, the wave martial god was laughing excitedly. Looking at Di again, he was already secretly preparing a powerful attack. He had originally wanted to attack the divine circle, but now he had also restrained that attack because he didn't need to attack. Lin Ling was already dead. Haha. He could not help but laugh. This Lin Ling, who was not afraid of him, turned out to be even more useless than him. He's dead. No. How can he die here? He should be the reincarnation of a god. He must be the reincarnation of a god. Long Yang kept shaking her head at this moment. She had been competing with Lin Ling all her life. However, she had been defeated by Lin Ling time and time again. Therefore, she was sure that Lin Ling was not weaker than her. However, the man who had created miracles time and time again had fallen. How could anyone believe this? Lin Ling, how can you die here? Then, Long Yang crazily rushed towards the divine circle. However, as soon as she got close, a huge pressure hit her and sent her flying. Obviously, those who had experienced the divine circle could no longer get close to it. Long Yang, who had fallen in the distance, screamed in pain again, "Lin Ling, you can't die yet. You can only die in my hands. How can you die here?" Get back here quickly. Chapter 42:15. No one could see that at this moment, within the divine light that soared into the sky, a large amount of dust light was floating upwards. It actually passed through the thick underground rocks and then disappeared into the continent. These lights seemed to have received a call and condensed in a white space somewhere, gradually transforming into a human figure. And he was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, who had transformed back into a human, stood above the white clouds. His eyes were a little blank, but when all his memories returned, he gradually woke up. Why am I here? Lin Ling frowned. He sensed his entire body, but he did not find anything strange. It was exactly the same as before. Looking ahead again, within the white clouds, there was a colorful circle of light sitting on the ground. This circle of light was extremely grand and sacred. Within the colorful lights that soared into the sky, there were actually ancient runes floating upwards. Another divine circle. Staring at the circle of light, Lin Ling's heart trembled. Could it be that this was the divine circle that belonged to him? Licking his lips, Lin Ling did not hesitate and walked towards the ancient divine circle step by step. Following Lin Ling's footsteps, a loud bell sound rang out. Although it was deafening, when it fell into Lin Ling's heart, it made Lin Ling feel incomparably comfortable. All these years, Lin Ling had been constantly cultivating, and his strength was also incomparably powerful. However, because of his 6 dantians, his foundation was not very solid. And this kind of solidity was not reflected in his physical body and soul force, but in his comprehension of the various great talents. This was a flaw that Lin Ling himself knew. And now, under the ancient bell sound, the strands of mysterious power that were restless in his 6 dantians also calmed down at this moment. Like 6 naughty children, they were now well-behaved and quietly followed Lin Ling. Soul force, physical strength, and boundary essence are all slowly rising. This feeling? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He raised his head and looked at the divine circle that was right in front of him. In the end, he stepped into it. Boundless divine light enveloped Lin Ling's body, and an old voice rang out at the same time, "You are not a god. You cannot be conferred the title of God, you cannot return to your position." Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He didn't know who the voice came from, but he was surprised that he wasn't a god in his previous life. "But you are an existence that surpasses the gods." While Lin Ling was still in shock, the elderly voice sounded out once again. Next, Lin Ling felt the world spin, as if he had entered a powerful whirlpool. This vortex gave Lin Ling the feeling that it was a space-time tunnel. Lin Ling opened his eyes and looked into the huge vortex. Scenes were spinning and being elongated, eventually turning into afterimages. Among these scenes, there was an ancient land, a blue sky, a war between gods, and the ancient primordial era. At the same time, an unknown voice rang out in Lin Ling's ears. This voice was very peaceful, and it enveloped Lin Ling's body, making Lin Ling feel warm all over. Could this be the so-called conferment of God? Previously, when Longyang and the others entered the divine circle and came out, their talents had greatly increased. Perhaps they had also experienced such a scene. Lin Ling simply allowed the changes to his surroundings. He closed his eyes slightly, and like an old monk in meditation, he remained motionless. Looking from afar, one could see a huge spiral downward space-time tunnel. It was crazily spinning, and within it, a man sat cross-legged, like the immovable Wisdom King. As time passed, the space-time tunnel seemed to bring Lin Ling back to his previous life, back to his most primitive identity. All the treasures on his body spilled out, and even his clothes turned into nothingness. Under the grinding of time, those treasures gradually began to be eroded, but they turned into a large amount of light that enveloped Lin Ling's body. This also caused Lin Ling's body to emit a multicolored light, which was extremely gorgeous. Among them, the indigo spiritual flower entered Lin Ling's body, and all the divine spring turned into a dense mist that enveloped Lin Ling. And because there was too much divine spring, it caused a thick eggshell to appear outside Lin Ling's body. And within the eggshell formed by all kinds of energy, Lin Ling could feel that the 6 divine embryos were madly improving. The realm-swallowing beast, the double dragon innate talent, and the devil jellyfish had all stepped into the 3rd grade of Xiantian realm. This caused Lin Ling's eyelashes to twitch. Clearly, he was very shocked. Of course, the most frightening ones were the Thunder Lock True Body and the Human King's Flame. These 2 innate talents had not only broken through the 3rd grade, but were also rushing towards the 4th and 5th grade. The limit of these 2 innate talents was the mid-god realm. Obviously, they were much more powerful than the realm-swallowing beast's innate talents, so the curve of improvement was much greater. Just like that, quietly watching the 6 divine embryos improve, Lin Ling seemed to have entered a deep sleep. Even he did not notice that at this moment, under the blue sky, the sea was tranquil, and the tranquil islands were sitting on the sea like pearls. Rumble! Suddenly, the void cracked open, revealing a pitch-black void. Then, a gray eggshell fell from the void and smashed onto the island. Rumble! When the eggshell fell, the entire sea erupted with fierce waves that stretched to the horizon. The power did not stop, and it rushed into the sky, causing the whole world to shake. Those islands had also turned into ashes, leaving only a small mountain standing in the middle of the sea. On top of that mountain, the gray eggshell stood there. Almost at the same time, from the pitch-black void in the sky, a voice that seemed to have materialized floated down. In ancient times, the 4 extremes were destroyed, the 9 provinces were broken, the sky was not covered, and the sea was not covered. The fire was not extinguished, and the water was vast and endless. Ferocious beasts devoured the people, and the sea birds seized the old and the weak. Thus, Nuwa refined the 5-colored stone to mend the sky. The voice fell on the eggshell, and it immediately turned into ancient runes that were extremely dazzling. Then, the terrifying void in the sky began to shrink, and only a pair of eyes calmly looked at the sea below. Back then, the 5-colored stone still had some power that had not dissipated. Now it's yours. Who exactly are you? Time will prove everything. The ancient runes wrapped around the eggshell, and Lin Ling, who was in the eggshell, could clearly feel that a power had been born in his body. It was like a seed that was constantly sprouting. However, this power was currently a little weak, so the other 6 Dantians were resisting and suppressing it at the same time. And when the power was gradually suppressed to the point of almost disappearing, suddenly, a fierce power rushed into the eggshell outside. It was like a giant hand that tore open a Dantian in Lin Ling's Dantian. The 7th Danton was born. Chapter 42:16. As for the eggshell outside, because Lin Ling had absorbed a large amount of energy, the originally dazzling eggshell had quietly become darker. From afar, the eggshell no longer shone with divine light. Instead, it looked like a very ordinary rock. The birth of the 7th Dantian also allowed the weak energy to find a place to settle down. It immediately swam into the Dantian, then took root and grew rapidly. Upon closer inspection, there was an additional seed in the 7th Dantian. This seed also looked like a fruit, with complex patterns on its surface. This was because this was Bodhi. As Bodhi continued to germinate and grow green leaves, its aura also became more ferocious, like a green Vajra. Lin Ling felt the changes in his body and was shocked. The 7th Dantian was born just like that, and there was an additional talent. It was Bodhi's talent. This was the power of the Buddha God. Could it be that this was brought about by cultivating the Bodhi testimony divine art? Although he did not know why it had become like this, Lin Ling was still overjoyed. He had a feeling that someone was helping him. Moreover, that person was helping him to see where Lin Ling's limit was. As for who this person was, Lin Ling guessed that it was Patriarch Bodhi. He also guessed that it was the blue-robed youth who had brought him to the martial god realm. He also guessed that it was an ancient great god. Overall, Lin Ling was not at a disadvantage. Time passed by just like that. The sea gradually calmed down. As time passed, the island grew out from the depths of the sea, causing the nearby area to gradually become lively. Countless trees were uprooted from the ground, the grasslands were dense, and the mountains reached into the clouds. This island was like a divine island, as ethereal as dust. As time passed, unknown wild beasts were also born. They ran around the flowers, and it was a happy and harmonious scene. However, there was a forbidden area on the island that no living creature dared to approach. That was also the highest point of the island. This was because there was a mountain peak there. On the peak of the mountain, there was an oval-shaped stone more than 2 meters in size. This stone was exposed to the sun and rain, and it seemed to absorb the essence of heaven and earth every day. Therefore, at every moment, the stone would emit an invisible aura that prevented anything from approaching. This aura was very majestic, and it was constantly growing stronger. It seemed to be soul force. According to the kingdom's records, there was a miracle here 3,000 years ago. We've been searching for it for so long, so it should be around here. On this day, several figures appeared in the vast sea. They floated in the sky and calmly looked into the distance. The sea breeze blew in from all directions, but their robes didn't move in the slightest, as if they were as hard as iron. From this, it could be seen how strong they were. "Master, there's an island there." All of a sudden, a young man pointed to the front and said with an extremely excited look on his face, "Did you find it?" An old man beside him narrowed his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. "I don't know what this miracle is. I hope it's the way out of Eternal Kingdom." The old man muttered to himself as he flew toward the island with his companions. Their speed was so fast that they could travel 10,000 worlds in a single breath. If this kind of speed was placed in the 9 regions, it would definitely be an existence that could not be underestimated. When they arrived at the island, they looked at the island in shock. The scene of vitality here made them feel incredulous. "Master, there's a huge divine stone there." When everyone's gaze swept over, one of the women suddenly screamed and pointed to the mountain peak in the sky. Everyone raised their heads and stared at the mountain peak in the sky. The mountain peak was hidden in the misty clouds, and only half of the peak could be seen. If one looked carefully, one could see that there was a piece of flat land that was more than 10 meters wide on the mountain peak. On top of it stood a divine stone. The divine stone looked ordinary on the surface, but upon closer inspection, one could sense a mysterious aura. A power quietly spread out from it. "Let's go!" The old man was inexplicably excited. Could it be some kind of treasure? The few of them flew toward the mountain peak in the distance and landed on it. They looked around and found that the divine stone was in a good position. It could overlook the entire sea as if it was overlooking the world. There was green grass beside the divine stone, and from time to time, skylarks would fly down. Everything formed an extremely mysterious scene. "This stone, I'm afraid it's not ordinary." The old man said word by word. "Master, I'll go take a look." One of the young men rubbed his hands and strode forward. However, just as he was about to get close to the divine stone, a small vine suddenly shot out from the side of the divine stone like a snake. In the blink of an eye, the vine had bound the young man tightly. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. The eyes of the old man and the others trembled. What a strange vine. That was because even with their strength, they could not detect the vine's attack. "Monster, how dare you!" Seeing that the young man was about to be bound to death by the vine, the old man roared angrily. A sharp sword appeared in his hand, and he wanted to cut the vine in half. Crack, crack, crack. However, when he swung his sword, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. Then, cracks suddenly appeared on the divine stone that was still and motionless. Rumble. At that moment, the entire huge island shook. The small beasts on the island prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, the sea around the island was also jumping, and the waves continued to surge into the sky. Such a terrifying phenomenon undoubtedly made the old man not dare to act rashly. He held his sword and maintained his posture of slashing. Beads of sweat were quietly dripping down from his forehead. However, for some unknown reason, the phenomenon around him gradually disappeared, and the island returned to its usual calm. Other than the small beasts that were still trembling on the ground, it was as if nothing had happened. Crack, crack. On the contrary, more and more cracks appeared on the divine stone. Then, pieces of it fell off like an eggshell being peeled off. Such a mysterious scene undoubtedly caused the old man and the others to be like stone statues. They did not dare to move at all. After an unknown amount of time, the peeling eggshell finally revealed skin. It was skin that was as white as jade. Then, a handsome man with long hair that casually scattered over his shoulders quietly appeared. The man sat cross-legged. His body was naked, and his breathing was slow. However, for some unknown reason, his breathing seemed to be in harmony with the heavens and earth. It carried a sense of intoxication. "Little Kunlun, don't be rude." The man slowly opened his eyes and stood up. This caused the faces of the two women beside the old man to turn red, because the mysterious man was not wearing any clothes at all. Although this scene made them a little shy, for some unknown reason, they did not want to miss a single scene. Chapter 42:17. The man seemed to have not seen the vine for a long time, so he had a doting look on his face. The man and the vine chatted like this, ignoring the old man and the others. However, the old man and the others did not dare to interrupt them. Instead, the scene in front of them gave them an extremely strange feeling. It was as if they were watching the birth of the great Tao. Even their breathing slowed down as they could not bear to interrupt this beautiful and harmonious scene. After the man and the vine talked for a long time, he finally turned around and stood at the edge of the mountain, looking at the vast sea. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything and landed on the other side of the void in the distance. "I can't sense any aura at all." Looking at the back of the man in the blue robe, the old man and the others finally came to their senses and whispered to each other. "It's because we can't sense any aura that it's so scary. I'm afraid this is an awakened god or a divine fetus that was born from the essence of the universe." The old man also transmitted his voice, but his voice was filled with reverence. "Where is this place?" The man in the blue robe stood there for a long time before he finally spoke in a calm voice. His voice was as calm as the sea, like an ancient well without ripples, but it gave people an extremely comfortable feeling. With just one sentence, the old man and the others, who had just met him for the first time, immediately had a good impression of the man in the blue robe. "Senior, this is the country of eternity." One of the young men cupped his hands and bowed. "The country of eternity?" The man in the blue robe's voice was filled with curiosity. The young man nodded and said respectfully, "That's right. The people here will never die. Therefore, this place is called the country of eternity, also known as the other side of the void." "Do you know where the 9 states void is?" The man in the blue robe finally turned around and looked at the crowd. His clear eyes were very clean, like the stars in the night sky. The 9 states void. However, when they heard the man in the blue robe, the old man and the others trembled subconsciously, and their faces were filled with nostalgia. "Your Excellency, the 9 states void is very far from here. We haven't been back for many years." The old man sighed. Then he saw that the man in the blue robe was puzzled, so he explained, "Actually, we are all from the 9 states void. Because we went to the One World Mountain, we were sucked in by the mountain entrance and then arrived here. Then we can never get out." One World Mountain, one of the 7 forbidden lands of the 9 states? The blue-robed man frowned slightly. And he was Lin Ling. Lin Ling had naturally heard of One World Mountain before. However, he had never imagined that he would actually come to One World Mountain. That's right. The mountain pass of One World Mountain seems to be a powerful void passage. After being sucked in, one can reach another world, and that world is here. That world is also called the Eternal Kingdom, because the people here will never die, and there seems to be no flow of time here. The old man explained. "That's right. We've been here for tens of thousands of years. It's been so long that we've almost forgotten ourselves. However, there's no exit to the Eternal Kingdom. The warriors here have always tried to find a way back, but they all failed in the end." The young man beside him said excitedly, "Even though there was no death here, only eternity. However, they were still humans in the end. They had their own emotions, their own hometowns, and the people they loved. Therefore, they wanted to return to their hometowns. Moreover, there's no end to getting married and having children here. Therefore, the warriors here can't see the birth of a new life. They can only see the scene before they enter and it will be maintained forever. After a long time, it's just like being in prison. One of the women also spoke up. Hearing that, Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly. If one could marry and have children in this place, then the martial artists here would also have the feeling of returning to their roots. But without the feeling of returning to their roots, the martial artists who were trapped here would naturally feel as if they were sitting in a prison. They would feel like they were wandering around outside. Immortality! Lin Ling muttered to himself. He looked at the sky and was filled with curiosity about One World Mountain. Senior, not everyone can reach the mountain pass of One World Mountain. Some people were torn apart by a mysterious force before they reached here and turned into nothingness. Some people were lucky enough to reach here in the end. This place is huge and there's no exit to the outside world. After so many years, many experts have gathered here. These experts have been cultivating and breaking through the great seal of heaven and earth in hopes of escaping this place. However, no matter how strong they are, they can't escape from this place. The shackles of worlds. This place is too strange. Then, these people spoke one after another. Lin Ling was familiar with this place. However, he suddenly had an intuition that he had been through a tunnel a long time ago. Time, this is the time void. Then Lin Ling's eyes lit up and he had a guess. Time void. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the old man and the others trembled. Over the years, the warriors of Eternal Kingdom had used countless methods to investigate Eternal Kingdom. However, no one had guessed that this was the time void. The time void meant that they had fallen into a gap in the void. Here, time was frozen and even had the power to reverse time. Your Excellency, please take us out of here. Then, the old man knelt down before Lin Ling. When the others saw this, they immediately knelt down and their eyes were moist. Because Lin Ling's origin was mysterious and he had guessed the origin of this place, they had placed all their hopes on Lin Ling. In fact, I don't know how to leave this place either. Moreover, even if you really left, the outside world would have changed. Lin Ling frowned and guessed. His mood was also a little depressed. The time void. Even if Lin Ling could escape from here, who knew how many years had passed by the time he reached the land of the 9 states? Perhaps the second war of the gods had already ended. In fact, we have known this for a long time. However, we just want to go back. Even if we can smell the air of our hometown, we will die without regrets. To everyone's surprise, the old man and the others were not surprised by Lin Ling's guess and continued to speak resolutely. Looking at them, their eyes were moist at this moment. Perhaps they had been here for too long and their hearts had already reached their limits. Therefore, in order to leave, they were willing to give up everything. And this was also their obsession, and even more so, their martial Dao. If I can leave, I will definitely bring all of you along. Lin Ling nodded. Like these old men, he had his own obsession. He had to leave this place. Chapter 42:18. Although they didn't know how Lin Ling was going to leave this place, they had a feeling that Lin Ling would definitely be able to leave. If he couldn't do it now, he would definitely be able to do it in the future. That was because there were many warriors in the Eternal Kingdom. However, it was the first time they had seen someone as mysterious as Lin Ling. Let's hope so. Lin Ling didn't comment. He looked into the distance and suddenly asked, "Do you know how long I've been here?" Although we're not very sure, we estimate that it's been at least 3,000 years. Upon hearing that, the old man immediately said, 3,000 years ago, the Eternal Kingdom was in turmoil. The sea flowed backwards and thousands of islands fell. It was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Someone discovered that the cause of the strange phenomenon was in this area. That's why we came here. At that time, we guessed that you had just arrived in the Eternal Kingdom. When you were in the Eternal Kingdom? Yes, everyone in the Eternal Kingdom knows about this rumor. Because of the strange phenomenon caused by your arrival, we're sure that you can definitely bring us out of here. The others also scrambled to speak first. 3,000 years. Upon hearing that, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He had been sleeping for 3,000 years? One had to know that he hadn't even practiced martial arts for 5,000 years. Now, he had spent 3,000 years sleeping here, which was half of the time he had spent practicing martial arts. Alright, I need to comprehend. You guys can leave first. If I find a way out, I'll definitely inform you. After that, Lin Ling said to them. He had too many unsolved mysteries in his heart. He needed to explore them one by one. Okay, senior. We'll be on those islands in the distance. The old man and the others immediately nodded. After bowing to Lin Ling, they immediately flew into the distance. 3,000 years, little Kunlun. We've been here for 3,000 years. If 3,000 years had passed in the outside world, I'm afraid that everything would have changed. Lin Ling sat on the edge of the cliff and said to little Kunlun on his arm. His body exuded a lonely aura that was carried away by the wind. It actually caused little Kunlun on the island to feel sad. Senior and grandfather, I wonder how they are doing. Lin Ling muttered to himself. In his mind, the bits and pieces of the past also flowed through. Suddenly, a resolute light appeared in his eyes. No matter what, he had to return. Standing up, Lin Ling went to the place where the god's stone had shattered. Then, he found that there was nothing there except for a sword and a Dragon Ball fragment. The sword was naturally the tyrannical Song sword, and the Dragon Ball fragment was used to store the dragon demon. Who would have thought that all my treasures would disappear in the river of time? Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He carried the tyrant Song sword on his back and released the dragon demons. Young master. After the dragon demons appeared, they immediately bowed to Lin Ling. Lin Ling also roughly explained what had happened here. Of course, he also told them that he, Lin Ling, would definitely leave this place. The dragon demons trusted Lin Ling very much. Then, they stayed on the island and began to wander around to see if they could find an exit. As for Lin Ling, he continued to stay on the island. At the same time, he began to check his cultivation. Now, his cultivation had reached level 9 martial god realm. He had broken through 2 levels in a row. Moreover, 7 Dantians had been born. Among them, the talent of the 7th Dantian was the Vajra Bodhi. This talent was the divine embryo of the Buddha god's guardian god. It was extremely powerful and made Lin Ling's body as fierce as Vajra. Could this talent be born from the Bodhi testimony divine technique? Lin Ling had already sensed the birth of the 7th Dantian when he was asleep, so he was not surprised. Furthermore, he discovered that his physical body's strength had already reached 300,000 world force. This was the effect of the Dragon God talent and the Vajra Bodhi. My strength has improved greatly. It can be said that it has taken a leap. The Human King's Flame, the Vajra Bodhi, and the Thunder Lock Real Body are all 5th grade divine embryos. As for the Realm Devouring Beast and the others, they are all 3rd grade divine embryos. My divine force is also increasing rapidly. Now it has reached 600 divine embryos. Lin Ling sat on the edge of the cliff and constantly sensed the transformation of his body. 600 divine force. This was without the fusion of talents. If he had fused the talents, Lin Ling felt that he could still improve. Moreover, this was before Lin Ling had comprehended the Bodhi testimony divine technique, the Human King's Flame, and the Thunder Lock Real Body. If he had comprehended all of these, his divine force would have reached 1,000 world force. Talent fusion. Lin Ling stood up and fused the 7 Dantians. However, he failed. Only the realm-devouring beast, the dual dragon talent, and the malevolent ghost jellyfish could be fused. On the other hand, the Human King's Flame, the Vajra Bodhi, and the Thunder Lock Real Body were incompatible. This was because their levels were not equal. After all, one was a 3rd grade innate divine embryo and the other was a 5th grade divine embryo. Naturally, they could not be fused. Of course, there was another reason. Lin Ling's soul power was not strong enough and had not reached the point where he could fuse all the talents. However, even if he had fused the realm-devouring beast and the other 3 talents, the current Lin Ling was several times stronger than before. Fusion. After trying to fuse the 4 talents, Lin Ling tried to fuse the 3 talents of the Human King's Flame. This time, it was a success. After fusing the talents, Lin Ling was several times stronger than before. This meant that Lin Ling now had 2 ways to fuse the talents. After repeated attempts, Lin Ling also separated the two methods and called them the first and second changes. The first change was naturally the fusion of the four talents. The second change was the fusion of the human king's flame, the thunder lock real body, and the Vajra Bodhi. Unknowingly, time seemed to have passed for a long time, but also seemed to have passed in an instant. Lin Ling, who was at the edge of the mountain peak, was like a stone statue. While he was comprehending his own strength, time passed quietly. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally stood up and shook off the dust on his body. His eyes looked deeply into the distance. My strength has increased too much, causing me to need a lot of time to comprehend. However, there is an advantage here. Time is frozen. Lin Ling said lightly. He also knew that the 3,000 years that the old man and the others had mentioned was actually the time that they had recorded themselves to remind themselves of how long they had been here. However, in reality, the flow of time could not be felt here. These days, I have tried many methods, but I can't break through this realm. Now, the only way is to open the god's inheritance treasure and let my soul power rush out of the void where the treasure is hidden. Then I can go to the void of Jiuzhou. Lin Ling muttered to himself. All these years, he had been constantly thinking of ways to leave. Although he was now extremely strong, this kind of strength did not make him happy. Instead, as time passed, his mood became more and more depressed. Swish, swish, swish. Both of his hands formed a complicated seal, trying to open the void. Rumble. Chapter 42:19. Open for me. Open. Sensing a powerful pressure, Lin Ling's eyes turned red. He mustered all his strength and tried to forcefully open the void. However, he failed again and again at first. Finally, at one point, a crack appeared in the void. Go! Go! Lin Ling poured out all his soul power. Like a flood, it rushed into the crack and filled the void. Lin Ling didn't even give up on the god's inheritance treasure. He was looking for a crack in the void in an attempt to return to the 9 prefectures. After a long time, Lin Ling finally found a hair-sized crack. Lin Ling also poured out all his soul power. At the same time, the void of the treasure began to converge and gradually closed. In the kingdom of eternity, Lin Ling sat cross-legged with a cold expression on his face. However, he could sense that his soul power was currently wandering in a strange void. The soul power was like a formless sound wave. After rushing out of the hair-sized crack, it immediately arrived in a vast white void. This place was extremely chaotic. All kinds of strange powers were tumbling. Moreover, after sensing Lin Ling's soul power, an unknown power rushed out. It wanted to devour Lin Ling's soul power. That mysterious power was very powerful. In addition, Lin Ling didn't want to waste time here. Therefore, he controlled his soul power and immediately avoided the limelight. Even so, Lin Ling's soul power was still half devoured by that power. The remaining soul power began to wander wildly in this mysterious space. There's a foreign object approaching. In the dark, Lin Ling heard a voice. It was also filled with hostility. Lin Ling didn't say anything and rushed into the distance again. This space was very strange. Not only was it not the void of the 9 prefectures, but there were also many unknown powers. It was like the convergence of all the universes. As he continued to wander, Lin Ling became familiar with this space. There were all kinds of strange things in this space. It seemed to have existed since the beginning of the universe. However, Lin Ling only roughly explored a part of it. Then he began to search everywhere. On this day, he finally saw a crack in the space in front of him. This crack wasn't big. It was like a strand of hair. There was a faintly discernible aura swimming in it. It caused a large number of strange things to crazily rush into the crack. They seemed to want to rush out of the crack. What a familiar aura. It's the aura of the 9 prefectures void. Lin Ling's soul power drifted in the distance. He quietly sensed a familiar aura. This caused Lin Ling's soul power to tremble. His soul power, which was originally weak, at this moment, it had more than doubled. Lin Ling didn't know how long he had been searching in this space. He had seen countless void cracks, but the aura that came out of the cracks was very unfamiliar, as if it led to another universe. Only the void crack in front of him led to the 9 prefectures void. This meant that Lin Ling had a chance to go back. Rumble. But right at this moment, a terrifying bolt of lightning suddenly emerged from the hair-sized spatial rift, and it blasted down onto the cloud-like monsters, instantly obliterating them into powder. However, the cloud-like monsters weren't afraid. They still tried to rush into the void without fear of death. Rumble. The thunderbolts continued to appear and destroy the monsters that tried to get close. What a terrifying aura. If it landed on me, it would be enough to destroy me. Lin Ling's soul power trembled. He didn't dare to act rashly. However, he also sensed that the crack was quietly closing. This meant that Lin Ling didn't have much time left. If he couldn't rush out before the crack closed, Lin Ling would lose the chance to return to the 9 prefectures void. Rumble. Thunderbolts appeared in the void and continued to bombard the surrounding monsters. However, there were a few cloud-like monsters that rushed out crazily from the thunderbolts. Those monsters were originally as huge as clouds. However, because of the devastation of the thunderbolts, they became as small as a strand of hair after rushing out. There's a pattern. Lin Ling could see that those monsters had rushed out by luck. However, since they could rush out, it meant that there was a loophole in the powerful thunderbolts. Therefore, as long as he could find a loophole, he would definitely be able to leave this place. At this moment, Lin Ling's soul power remained motionless as he watched the scene in the distance. Crackle. Every cloud-like monster that approached the crack was immediately ravaged by the thunderbolts. Some were ravaged until nothing was left. Some were destroyed until only a small cloud was left. Under the next thunderbolt, that small cloud was instantly annihilated. However, Lin Ling could see that after the first thunderbolt, there was a short period of time. Although it was very short, less than a third of a breath's time, it was the only chance to rush into the crack. And Lin Ling had to seize the opportunity to rush out when the second thunderbolt struck in less than a breath's time. Finally, at a certain moment, the crack became smaller and smaller. Those cloud-like monsters seemed to know that if they didn't rush in, they would completely lose their chance. Therefore they went crazy. This is the time. Lin Ling's soul power roared and shot forward. Crackle. In front of Lin Ling, there were a large number of cloud-like monsters. When they approached the crack, the thunderbolts in the void destroyed them continuously. On the contrary, Lin Ling borrowed their resistance and was less than 10 meters away from the crack. Rumble. At this moment, the thunderbolts in the void finally arrived and bombarded Lin Ling's soul power. Lin Ling's body contained the real body of Luai's, which caused his soul power to contain a trace of thunderbolt. However, after being bombarded by the thunderbolts, Lin Ling still felt that his soul power was about to collapse. Break for me. However, from Lin Ling's previous observations, he knew that the thunderbolts in the void were not only ferocious, but also capable of paralyzing. If he didn't break the soul power of the thunderbolts, then Lin Ling's soul would be paralyzed. At that time, the second thunderbolt would arrive. Like a gecko losing its tail, Lin Ling gave up half of his soul power and turned it into a strand of soul power as he madly rushed forward. In less than a breath's time, the second thunderbolt finally arrived. If it hit, Lin Ling's soul power wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being turned to ashes. Faster! He had to be faster. Lin Ling had already sensed the terrifying aura around him. At this moment, his soul power was incomparably condensed, like a shuttle or a sword, attempting to cut through time and space. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out, as if the apocalypse was raging on Lin Ling's strand of soul power. But at this time, Lin Ling finally rushed out of the crack. Chapter 4220. Lin Ling's weak soul force floated in the void as he looked at the void in disbelief. An incomparably familiar feeling enveloped Lin Ling's soul force like a gentle wind. It was very comfortable and very familiar. After 3,000 years, he, Lin Ling, had finally returned to the void of the 9 prefectures. Although it was only a wisp of soul force that returned, it at least proved that Lin Ling had a chance to return. I'm back, huh? Lin Ling's soul force let out a carefree laugh. Then, like a ghost, it flew through the void. Today, he wanted to go home. He only wanted to see his family. Even if it was just a glance, That was enough. At this moment, 100 years had passed in the void of the 9 prefectures. In these 100 years, the 9 prefectures had been sealed as gods. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures had constantly entered the divine world and increased their strength. Some had already become gods, and some were only half a step away from the 4 great gods. The changes in the 9 prefectures in 100 years could be said to be earth-shaking. The overall strength of the 9 prefectures had increased by more than 100 times compared to 100 years ago. However, the benefits of the 9 prefectures' divine world had also appeared. The mysterious spirit nation had disappeared once again, as if it was afraid of the power of the 9 prefectures. Moreover, all the cultivators knew the spirit nation's goal, so they were all resisting the spirit nation with all their strength. Because no one wanted to be destroyed by the will of the world. Because of the 9 prefectures' divine world, this era had reached its peak. It was also because of this reason that in the past 100 years, countless experts had been born in the 9 prefectures. At this moment in the snow-blowing city, it was also bustling with noise and excitement. After the 9 prefectures' divine world, the strength of the cultivators in snow-blowing city had greatly increased. Moreover, a large number of experts had been born here. Among the 36 main cities, snow-blowing city was ranked in the top 5. That's the place where Lin Ling lived 100 years ago. Under the distant blue sky, more than a dozen figures were flying towards snow-blowing city. They were powerful, and their auras were extraordinary. Moreover, their faces were calm and relaxed. One of them had his hands behind his back and was in high spirits. His eyes stared into the distance with a touch of excitement. Lin Ling. He muttered to himself with a touch of disdain and sarcasm. And he was Wang Yanhui. He was the one who had been brutally beaten up by Lin Ling in the Mana Forest. However, after experiencing the investiture of the gods in the 9 states, his strength had undoubtedly increased greatly. Later on, he continued to complete missions and was now a 7-star trial taker. His status and strength had greatly increased. In his free time, he thought back to the past 100 years and immediately felt like he was dreaming. He also thought back to the humiliation he had suffered 100 years ago. Therefore, he came to snow-blowing city to have a look. Lord Yanhui, although Lin Ling has fallen, the people he left behind are still not to be underestimated. This time, we have come to issue a challenge, so we must be careful. Next to him, someone laughed. What's there to be afraid of? With Lord Yanhui and the others here, do we have to be afraid of Yu and the others? However, someone immediately retorted. Even if that's the case, Yu and the others are all experts within the top 20 of the heavenly stairway. Moreover, Young Yao, Majin Tianzi, and Sakura have all returned to their divine thrones. Their strength is heaven-defying. The person who spoke earlier sighed with a hint of reverence in his words. 100 years ago, Lin Ling's fall had shocked the entire ultimate world. However, when people thought that Lin Ling's family and friends had lost their protection, who knew that his family and friends had grown rapidly? Experts had appeared one after another and their names had shaken the entire ultimate world. Among them, the most terrifying was the God-Slayer Alliance. This huge alliance had gathered hundreds of thousands of experts. Moreover, the Creation Alliance, the Ancient Demon Tribe, the She-Ghost Tribe, and other ancient 9 prefectures, 10 evils had joined. As a result, no one dared to provoke them until now. Moreover, rumor had it that the God-Slayer Alliance was overseen by a god. Therefore, although Lin Ling had fallen, no one dared to underestimate the forces he left behind. This also led to the legend of Lin Ling in the 9 prefectures void and the 10,000 realms. This person was also regarded as a unique and extraordinary person in the 9 prefectures void era. Although the God-Slayer Alliance is terrifying, they dare not provoke a god. This time, we are here on behalf of Situ Feng to challenge Lin Ling's son, Lin. I believe the God-Slayer Alliance won't dare to say anything in such a fair battle. At this time, Wang Yanhui said indifferently. His eyes flickered with a trace of intense jealousy. Now that he was a 7-star trial taker, he had tried to recruit the God-Slayer Alliance and even swallow the entire God-Slayer Alliance. However, after his suggestion, The entire God-Slayer alliance ignored him and even disdained him. This made him very angry. After all, Lin Ling was a trial taker and so was he. Moreover, Lin Ling was already dead. Why wouldn't the God-Slayer alliance follow him? Of course, although he was angry, he didn't dare to act recklessly against the God-Slayer alliance. This was because the God-Slayer alliance was also a huge force in the 9 prefectures void. Even the gods were paying attention to them. If the Spirit Nation's experts were to invade in the future, the God-Slayer alliance would definitely be a powerful army. Lord Yanhui, we're here. At this time, a person beside him laughed. Wang Yanhui nodded and did not enter through the city gates. Instead, he stepped into the city from the sky and appeared in the sky above Snow Wind City. Lin Yi, come out and see me. With his hands behind his back, he snorted coldly. His voice was like endless thunder, spreading throughout Snow Wind City and Snow Wind Academy. Countless echoes echoed and countless people raised their heads. Everyone was shocked. This person was so rude that he dared to call Lord Lin Yi by his name. He even dared to appear in the sky above Snow Wind City, as if he wanted to trample on Snow Wind City. Who are you? How dare you? Soon, a large number of experts rushed out. The 2 people in the lead were the City Lord Songqiri and the old woman. City Lord of Snow Wind City, your status is not equal to mine. You are not qualified to speak to me. However, Wang Yanhui, who was in the sky, looked at Songqiri with contempt and said disdainfully, Songqiri, do you know who he is? He is Yojin's 7-star trial taker, Lord Wang Yanhui. Who do you think you are to be qualified to speak to him? Beside Wang Yanhui, there were also people clamoring loudly. 7-star trial taker? Hearing that person's words, Songqiri and the old woman's faces changed obviously. If it were someone else, they would have already attacked. However, the trial taker's status was not to be trifled with, especially when he was a 7-star trial taker. They could not afford to provoke him. Moreover, even the God-Slayer alliance could not easily provoke a 7-star trial taker. I wonder what matter this trial challenger has come here for? After taking a deep breath, Songqiri said indifferently. Chapter 42:21. Then what are you doing here? At this time, a crisp voice sounded at the same time, followed by 3 figures coming from afar. Wang Yanhui's gaze swept over them, and there was a slight surprise in his eyes because the 3 people who came were all very beautiful and powerful, only slightly weaker than him. However, it wasn't difficult for Wang Yanhui to guess their identity. He said indifferently, you should be Yu and Yuer and Xian Yuangu. Today, Yu and the other 2 were incomparably famous in the final world. They were extremely high-ranked experts on the god list. Because in the past 100 years, they had also gone to the 9 regions to ascend to the divine realm, and finally returned to the divine realm. The 3 women's previous lives were obviously very extraordinary. Yes, what's the matter? Yu nodded and said, nothing important. I have a friend who has a grudge with Lin Yi, so today I brought him here to issue a challenge. What's wrong? This is also not allowed? Wang Yanhui said indifferently, or, Lin Ling's trash son doesn't dare? The last sentence was full of sarcasm. How dare you? As soon as his words fell, a large number of curses came from Snow Wind City. This person actually dared to call Lord Lin Yi trash. Lin Yi's reputation in Snow Wind City was not weak, and he was one of the top experts in Snow Wind Academy's Shen San Hall. However, Wang Yanhui turned a blind eye and shrugged his shoulders with a smile. He also knew that since Lin Ling disappeared, in the past 100 years, many of Lin Ling's former enemies would come to find him. Although they did not dare to blatantly cause trouble, but a few words of sarcasm were inevitable. Trash? If Brother Ling is here, do you dare to say that? At this time, Yu also said indifferently. She and Yuer were not angry because in the past 100 years, they had already heard countless sarcastic words. Perhaps, Lin Ling's limelight was too great, so after his death, many people hit him when he was down. Sometimes, that kind of gossip was actually more uncomfortable than directly attacking. Lin Ling is not as great as you say. Wang Yanhui coldly snorted and continued. Is that so? Then, who was the one who was beaten into a dog by Lin Ling in the demon forest and taken away by another trial taker? Yu Yu indifferently said. And who was the one who relied on his identity as a 4-star trial taker to be smug in front of Lin Ling, only to be suppressed until he couldn't speak? And Yuer also spoke. It's just that Lin Ling isn't here. If he was, you wouldn't be so arrogant. Xian Yuanji's words as voices her words. Hers words. Wangu's? Shut up. Wangu's, Wangu bye Wangu. Isn't obviously, he did not dare to make a move against Yu Yu and the others. He could only use Snow-Blowing City to act wildly. Trash. Seeing this, Yu Yu and the others also snorted coldly. The 3 voices in unison undoubtedly exhausted Wangu Yanhui's patience. He, a dignified 7-star challenger, was actually being mocked by 3 delicate beauties. Although you're strong, don't force me to make a move. The moment I make a move, you'll know the meaning of regret. Wangu Yanhui's cold gaze fell on Yu Yu's group. He almost couldn't hold himself back. At this time, a large number of experts arrived. It was the God-slaying alliance. Are you fucking courting death? The person leading the group was Sakura. He had rushed over as soon as he heard the news. Now that he saw this scene, he was undoubtedly enraged. In the past 100 years, he had seen many similar scenes. His anger had long reached its limit. Sakura, the 12th on the god list. Very powerful, but your strength is nothing to me. Seeing Sakura, Wangu Yanhui showed no fear. He waved his right hand again and destroyed a large number of houses in front of Sakura. Then Wangu Yanhui unscrupulously spread his arms and said, I'm just this arrogant. Go to hell. Sakura couldn't hold himself back anymore. He wanted to make a move, but he was stopped by someone. It was young Beast Lord. Young Beast Lord said coldly, Old Emperor, don't fall into his trap. He's forcing you to make a move so he can find an excuse to behave atrociously. Hearing young Beast Lord's words, Sakura calmed down. Wangu Yanhui was one of the 4 great gods. If he rashly made a move, Wangu Yanhui would find an opportunity to make a move. That would be a bigger blow to Snow-Blowing City. Of course, Wangu Yanhui didn't dare to make a move against the God-slaying alliance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have angered everyone. A bunch of trash. Seeing that no one dared to speak, Wangu Yanhui sneered. He then threw out a letter of challenge. 3 months later, have Lin Ling's trash son fight me. Sidu Feng is waiting for him, let's go. After throwing out the letter of challenge, Wangu Yanhui waved his hand again. A powerful force destroyed more than half of Snow-Blowing City. Ha! Wangu Yanhui's maniacal laughter echoed in the sky. Lin Ling? Just a piece of trash. He didn't dare to meet me, so he chose to die. Too bad he left behind so many friends and family to be humiliated by others. Looks like Lin Ling is not only trash, but also a coward. Wangu Yanhui's maniacal laughter was accompanied by a ridiculing sentence. Everyone's body trembled, and their eyes turned red. If Lord Lin Ling had not fallen, would Wangu Yanhui dare to be so arrogant? In terms of strength, Lord Lin Ling surpassed Wangu Yanhui. In terms of identity, Lord Lin Ling was also a trial taker. If Lord Lin Ling was still alive, Wangu Yanhui would not even dare to fart in front of Lord Lin Ling. Bastard! Young Master Yao, Sakura, and the others were so angry that their bodies trembled. However, when they thought of the man who disappeared 100 years ago, their hearts were filled with sorrow. In these 100 years, they kept telling themselves that Lin Ling was not dead, that he was definitely not dead. However, 100 years had passed, and their former leader's whereabouts were still unknown. They even guessed that Lin Ling might really be dead. However, they were unwilling to accept this. They were unwilling to accept that the person who made the God-slaying alliance famous in the 9 prefectures had fallen in the river of time. Big Brother Ling. You, and the other two's eyes also became moist. In these 100 years, they had tried all kinds of methods to find Lin Ling, and even invited Lei Gong to the netherworld. However, all their efforts were to no avail. Lin Ling seemed to have disappeared forever, as if he had never appeared. Moreover, Lei Gong told them that Lin Ling did not appear in the netherworld. This meant that he was completely destroyed by the powerful forces of the gods' era. Chapter 42:22. However, the flame left behind by Lin Ling would be passed down and even carried forward. Just like the legend of Lin Ling, let this legend continue to shine in Jiuzhou for thousands of years. Rumble. However, at this moment, an incomparably terrifying majestic aura suddenly struck. It was as if a great calamity had befallen the world. Wangu Yanhui was sneering at Huang Xiaolong, but in front of him, a ferocious soul force roiled like a torrential river, like a vast sea. Within that soul force, a familiar aura rushed into Wangu Yanhui's heart. This. Wangu Yanhui's body trembled, and he began to tremble. Bang! He fell from the sky and landed on the ground. His face was incomparably pale and bean-sized sweat dripped from his forehead onto the ground. This was because he was too familiar with that aura. If it was not Lin Ling, who else could it be? What's going on? At this moment, in Snow City, countless people raised their heads. They had also sensed the terrifying energy fluctuation. Yu and the others stared at the sky and their eyes suddenly became wet. Although they did not see anyone, they had sensed the aura. Even if that aura turned into ashes, they would not forget it. Rumble. At this moment, the sky continued to shake. Then, two large words formed by soul force appeared in the sky. Wait for me. These two words were simple and clear, but they were so huge that they covered the sky. Wait for me. Those who did not know what was going on were shocked. This sentence obviously made them very suspicious. Look. But soon, someone pointed at the two words in the sky, and two more words appeared there. Although they were smaller, the strokes were as sharp as swords, and people could clearly see what the words were. Lin Ling. As soon as these two words fell, the hearts of countless cultivators exploded. The legendary figure from 100 years ago appeared in their minds. Lin Ling was not dead. For a moment, Snow City was as silent as death. Yu and the others, young Master Yao and the others, Song Chiri and the others, all stared at the sky with tears in their eyes. However, there were smiles on their faces. After 100 years, there was finally news of Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also telling them that he, Lin Ling, was not dead and was waiting for his return. Wow! Di Shirtion's face was completely red, and he finally couldn't help but burst into tears. Looking at the people who were familiar with Lin Ling, they couldn't help but burst into tears. However, the cries were tears of joy. Lin Ling, you're not dead yet. Let's go. On the ground, Wangu Yanhui thought of the fierce man who had beaten him into a dog in the past. At this moment, he did not even have the strength to stand up. Rolling and crawling, he escaped from snow-blowing city like a stray dog. Even as he crawled, his pants were wet and his urine kept dripping out. As for the few people who came with him, they were confused. They did not understand why Lord Yanhui was so scared after the words appeared in the sky. It could be said that he was so scared that he peed his pants. Hurry back and inform Yun. After crawling out of snow-blowing city, Wangu Yanhui regained a bit of his courage and immediately ran towards the distance. He knew that once the news of Lin Ling leaving behind a letter spread out, the void of the 9 regions would definitely be in turmoil. Even the disappeared spirit nation would be in turmoil. And the fact was indeed so. After the second day, the news snowballed and spread throughout the void of the 9 regions. Lin Ling left a letter in snow-blowing city. Wait for me. This also let many people know that Lin Ling was not dead yet. Many people guessed that Lin Ling must be trapped in a space at this moment and would not be able to come out in a short period of time. Good. In Lei Gong's main hall, Lei Gong was undoubtedly very excited after hearing the news. As for the experts under him, they were shocked because Lin Ling was actually not dead after being destroyed by the Divine Circle. This was a miracle. Could it be that Lin Ling had the power to fight against the ancient gods? Even if he's not dead, with his strength, what can he do? Of course, while some people were happy, there were naturally people who were disdainful. Sister Najin, Zhongshan, and the others didn't take this news to heart at all. After experiencing the investiture of the gods in the 9 continents for 100 years, They were no longer the same as before. In their eyes, Lin Ling was as weak as an ant. At this moment, in the Eternal Kingdom, on the ancient island, Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. That wisp of soul force has completely dissipated, Lin Ling said indifferently. However, before the soul force dissipated, he saw Yu and the others, which made him completely relieved. I didn't expect that 100 years had passed over there and the strength of the entire 9 regions had greatly increased. The investiture of the 9 regions was truly terrifying. When Lin Ling's soul force went to Snowblowing City, naturally, he also checked the changes in the 9 regions. However, for him, the changes brought about by the investiture of the 9 regions could never be compared to the changes brought by Lin Ling's strength. The Spirit Nation has disappeared again. Then, Lin Ling muttered to himself as he looked into the distance. The knot in his heart that had been suppressed for a long time finally weakened a lot because this time, he left behind the words, "Wait for me," which was also to tell Yu and the others that he was fine. The only thing he could do now was to increase his strength and strengthen his soul force so that he could completely rush out of the Eternal Kingdom. Without wasting any more time, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate again. Now that he had reached the 9th level of the martial god realm, this meant that he could open the god's inheritance treasure 2 more times. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to use these 2 opportunities to open the void and return to the 9 regions because the god's inheritance treasure was the only path to the void of the 9 regions. What Lin Ling wanted to cultivate now was the Bodhi-proof divine ability because he needed to strengthen his soul force. Time passed quietly. The ancient island regained its vitality in the past, with birds chirping and flowers fragrant, as if it was an otherworldly paradise. However, no one could see that on the highest peak of the island, among the drifting clouds, a man was sitting cross-legged. He was like a stone statue, constantly comprehending. His soul power and godly power were also increasing rapidly. Spring went and autumn came, flowers withered and bloomed. After an unknown number of years, the nearby sea had already undergone earth-shaking changes. There was no flow of time here, which gave Lin Ling enough time to cultivate. On this day, a group of experts finally arrived on the island. There were old and young experts, but their strength was heaven-defying. If they were in the 9 regions, each of them would be comparable to the leaders of the 9 regions 10 fierce 10. Sea-gazing venerable, this island seems a little different. These people landed on the island and stared at the small beast on the island, all of them laughing. Dear Qilin, Hitishei, I didn't expect to encounter such a strange beast,